the federally funded projects and get those out to Ed. Item number 18 is a final acceptance and release of retainage for the radio tower electrical repairs contract. Item 19 is updating one of our policies for priority array. So we're required by RCW or WAC to have a system that addresses items like safety and traffic, pavement conditions, collision history. When we look at programming projects on the 6-year plan and the annual. And so the policy, the last recorded one that we had, we've been using is from 72. Back in 2003 or 4, somebody updated it but didn't formalize it with the board. So I updated that last year about this time, and we need to formalize it as a policy.
I saw in there you have the option of doing the those private roads, or not the private roads, but there's a certain type of road that you can or can't, or you can decide to put on that or not.
Local roads, yeah.
The local roads.
Yeah.
And did you decide to or not?
We're doing that, but it doesn't compete with the other funds that we can get as grant funding. So we're doing it, but it stands alone.
Okay, all right. I just
Yeah.
couldn't figure it out. I went through the whole thing.
Yeah, we're doing it. Okay, still waiting for the striping contractor to figure out when they want to get started and have a pre-con with them, probably in April. Road design, nothing new on Courtney. Still waiting for WashDOT #1 to get our deviation back, and then we'll process a waiver as well through you, and that'll be the reason why they'll approve it, and then we'll formalize our process as well.
So the reason we have to ask WashDOT is because we're getting state dollars towards this project.
No, we're just required to. We're required to.
Yes.
When you change and do something different than standards, you have to get, they're kind of our,
But don't we adopt our standards for us? I mean,
yeah.
I guess I don't really care. I don't want to fight with them about it, but it kind of bugs me that
They're
I
all
gotta go to
experts.
Big Brother. Your engineers that you have, I mean, we have things in our code that we have our standards, but then there's a process that if the engineers are okay with it, they can waive or change or deviate from this. So why do you have to go to Big Brother to ask their opinion if I thought the trigger was because they're paying for part of it, so they get to say, but even if they weren't, if it was a total local road and it was all our money, we would still have to ask WashDOT, is it okay? Please, sir, can we build this road that we're paying for the way we want to?
Good question. Good question. I know if we don't follow the standards, though, it's really good to have somebody that basically is our umbrella as well, that says,
Okay.
yes, we've looked at this and this is the right course of action.
Okay.
Yeah,
So when it all
that is
falls apart,
really-
we can say, well, they said it was.
There are
Blame
experts.
your brother.
Okay, that's true. I never thought of that side of it.
Well, we're like the developers. And then there are experts, so we can't be both.
Oh, I see.
You can't do your work and then approve your own work.
Only you approve your own exceptions to the
Right.
rule.
Okay, I guess. All right, never mind.
Yeah, but what if they don't give it to you?
Yeah.
You spent all this money designing the road and they say, nah, we don't like it.
We don't like that.
Yeah, that's why we try and work, we try and work with them. And I think, unless we're stepping way outside of what's normal, and, you gotta have good reasons not to do something, not to follow the standards. And so I've never seen it where I worked for WashDOT for 10 years, we had to do the same thing. And then, 20 years in county service. And I've never seen them not approve if you have good reasons and justifications why you can't follow the standard. that it's approved.
Okay.
Well, good thing we're not building it this year.
All right. Nothing new on Old Mountain. They still want to start work the end of May. Our paving projects, we've submitted our plans to DOT and we are waiting. Typically, it's the 6 weeks time to get approval for construction funding. So we're basically ready to go, just waiting for approval. And that's because it is STP dollars that we're using, which come through federal funds through WashDOT.
The golden rule.
Yes.
The other golden rule.
So both east and west crews are kind of our springtime work, vegetation management, grading, brushing. East side, they're restoring some of the quarries so we can get rid of our permits. I think it's Hale and McBride, and I don't know if there's another one.
No, those are the two big ones, so we can give them back to the property owners.
Yeah. And then we're gonna start crack sealing in preparation for chip sealing this summer. So start on the west side and move east since they got the brooms first and have everything swept off. So they're the first to get started with this. The building, I think all the glass should be installed this week. Masonry, they still have a couple weeks left to finish. They keep saying they're gonna bring out the 52-foot adjustable scaffolding too, but I haven't seen it. For the masonry to help them on this front side, the south side. Roofing subcontractor, they just had the roofing over the elevator shaft and the west stairwell to complete. And I think they did that yesterday, but I wasn't here. Let's see,
Is there a
electrical,
roof access on the east stairwell to the roof?
yes.
Oh, there
Not,
is.
no, not the east, just the
Oh,
west.
only the west.
Just one,
Okay,
yeah.
that's what I was.
Used to be a ladder access through the
Right,
roof,
through the
but,
hole.
yeah, not now. Okay, electrical, mechanical, and plumbers keep working on second and third floor. Sheet rock actually started, so they've been stocking rock, and then they started last week sheet rocking, and let's see, Thursday when I went over, they had finished, they were stopped at about HR. So they're working to the west, east to the west, and trying to, the insulator, I think it's one person I heard, and they're trying to stay ahead of all these, an army of sheetrockers, so. But he is, so he's doing good. Furniture, so they scheduled a meeting on Thursday to go to Wilsonville, which is pretty much an all-day event for like an hour at the most to seeing anything, but it's, I think, 3.5 hours there, 3.5 hours back. So in good traffic. So I don't know if you wanted to go or not, or were available.
We've got a meeting Thursday.
We're
Yeah.
in workshops Thursday morning.
Okay.
and afternoon.
No, we canceled the afternoon.
What time's the meeting?
I waved my wand.
it's at
'cause that was
11
not what we
o'clock.
discussed.
And there's kind of a window because it's not their showroom, it's somebody else's office space. And they're
So
allowing
we're
us to
at
come in.
lunch and we're gonna just go in.
Right, yeah, open drawers.
The second question would be, does Wilsonville have an
How about
airport?
they have an airport, don't they?
That's what I was thinking. I can get there by 11.
I am.
But I don't think you can make it by 11 and we're not here till noon.
Yeah,
We're not out of here till noon. I can't fly that.
fly that fast to go back in time. So,
Fly 80 miles an hour.
Hmm. I'll take lots of pictures. I think we're just to that point where we kind of like what it looks like, but is it any good, you know?
If you
Because
push it till 1:30, I could probably fly there.
I'll ask,
Let me look. at
I'll ask. No
It'd be
guarantees.
good to know the quality of stuff.
Yeah.
That's the.
Yeah.
2 o'clock would be better.
They might have a break
So
then.
excited about furniture.
Yeah, they have a break. Yeah, if they have a break.
Yeah. then they
You
won't
guys
be
go
able
to
do it.
coffee and we're gonna go dig through your office and sit in your chairs.
Open the drawer.
Open the, yeah. Yeah, that seems a little
Make
crappy.
sure it doesn't say IKEA on it.
Yeah, no IKEA stuff. Nothing that we have to assemble.
Right.
That's rule number one.
Let's do one the others.
Too windy on Thursday.
Oh, too
Take
windy,
lots of
okay.
pictures.
Take lots of pictures.
Okay.
FaceTime.
Yeah, you can do that, yeah.
FaceTime on.
You know, here's the.
Yeah. All right, let's see, still on schedule. Let's see. Nothing new with Annex 5. I think we have a plan. Parking expansion, one of the things that will buy us about 3 more spots is if we can now take down the tent out front. At least it'll give us more spots out there. The entry contractor is gonna start the end of April. Our contractor for the building's gonna start on the street, Court Street improvements, mid-April. And they're gonna turn that into a one-way heading eastbound. So the fire trucks can get out. And so that'll leave us Allen Street that's 2-way, so it'll get more congested. And they're not gonna start on the courthouse parking lot. It's the last thing they're gonna do. So we're hoping that they'll finish the improvements out on the street and then move in here. So the street will be back open again, you know, in some condition. And then they'll tear this up, and then Jeff's contractor hopefully will be out.
Hopefully be done by then. We'll
Yeah,
start at the
close.
east, so the worst will come first.
Yeah.
Clarification, you're taking down this tent, but leaving that tent.
Yeah, because Erin's still doing vaccinations,
I
yeah.
was gonna say, she's probably still using that one.
So if that's okay, we'll get rid of this
Yeah,
one now
you
and
got any issue with the.
So long as soon as you take it down, then the governor will shut everything.
Change
back
the
down,
rules.
just because that's how it always works.
yeah.
No, take the thing down. Thank you, guys.
Okay. And then we're working as quickly as we can to abate the gray building and tear it down. Our crews will tear it down so we can get that done as quick as possible. The abatement will take the longest because it has to be contracted. And the actual work will probably take less time than the administration to get them out there and to do the work. Just state bid practices, so. Let's see. So I think we talked about courthouse entry as well. Jail control board.
We're still testing it. Still got some doors that aren't quite functioning, or they're functioning, we're just not reading right. So we're still working through that. And then
Radio.
radio, we actually got the electrical changed over, so now we have switches put in. And we're running off our own meter now. Not that that really matters. I mean, it does, but we're now we're working with the consultant. We meet tomorrow to set up the actual move of the equipment. And that site will be pretty much a permanent fixture. That Klickitat site, I should say.
All right, we got the tent, courthouse parking lot tent covered. I heard the rumor you were wanting to talk about the old mill site. Potentially, and the ecology report that came back that said no further action required, except you have to redo the restrictive covenant that's in place. So, and then we talked to the person that did the report because we were concerned that it was cleaned up for industrial use. And they said, no, it's not the case. It's just cleaned
It
up.
really is no
Yeah.
further clean. It's just
Our
like part.
lot.
According to
Right.
them, yes.
But you still have to change because the covenant says it's one site.
Right.
And since you're adjacent, you couldn't do anything industrial on our site until you change the covenant.
Yeah.
To separate our site out.
So, yeah, I had conversations with Dave And he said this was in your guys' wheelhouse for changing the covenant. And so that was why I wanted to have a conversation with you guys. The faster we can get that covenant changed, the better.
Sure.
Then we can start in on an RFP while you guys start doing your plans for removal of the building.
Yeah, we're gonna do that
We're gonna
ourselves.
do that, yeah.
Oh, we're gonna do it
Oh, yeah.
ourselves.
Oh, yeah, we did the other ones.
Plans to remove the smokestack too, or just the building?
That's on the.
That's on the other
That's not
road.
ours,
That's on the
thankfully.
neighbor's side,
Yeah.
But the owner of it wants to keep the smokestack.
That's because he doesn't want to pay to take it down.
She has a grand plan.
She's gonna smoke salmon. Fresh out of the Klickitat.
A lot of sound.
Yeah.
Biggest fish smoker in the world.
Of all the things I was expecting you to say, that was the most PC of all the things that I
I'm learning.
I do want to mention, because there's two parcels in our parcel. The lower parcel by the river, we've talked to PUD about, because they would like to have that, because their water system is in there. And I should have brought a map, I apologize.
Yeah, basically it's the railroad tracks, the old railroad track.
That separates it. That segs off that parcel.
Yeah, so west of the tracks is not that parcel and east of it is the one that the PUD is considering. And so it's
Correct.
bounded between the old railroad track and
And
the
the
state highway.
Yes.
So is it a different tax lot? Because when I pull up the county map, it has it all as one part.
It is one parcel. It's separated technically. You have a break in ownership because of the railroad part.
Oh.
Yeah.
So,
But we actually combined it and made it one, not that we don't pay taxes or anything, but
So
What
then,
does PUD want it?
water system.
so then there's also another one that shows that it's part of that as well. And that is, there's this house or building, well, the Fire District 12's building there in between. It says, this one's also ours as well.
Yeah,
yeah.
yes,
Yes,
yes.
But so are they interested in that one or just the stuff to the east of
The fire district, of course, would like the one
down there?
down there, and then they want the stuff east of that, yes.
and we've also given permission to the Historic Society to have the caboose brought
Caboose
in
there on
Right.
that,
and set up next to the
on
fire
ours,
station.
the Depot Park.
Yes.
Oh.
Adjacent to the.
Yeah. So the use is kind of developed, at least on that side of the Durkee Road.
Mhm.
And then the north side of Durkee Road is the PUD's water system basically for the town.
Yeah.
And in that far easterly piece of the parcel. And that's all there.
So between the railroad corridor and the
Highway,
state highway.
yes, that's the piece that DOT, because they have pumps in there for irrigation and stuff at the ball fields.
Did we give permission for that?
I think that's been in here as long as
I mean,
I've been.
not that I care. I mean, we would, but that's.
Where are the pumps coming from?
There's a little pump house down in there.
The
And
old mill water works.
the old mill water works, and they
out of the
actually
river.
absorb that, so they irrigate the
Ball field.
ball fields with that.
So that's those 3 buildings or whatever.
Yes.
There. And those according to this map, half of those are on the
Yeah, on
railroad.
the railroad.
Yeah.
So, but we all know how accurate these maps are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is,
Close.
okay. Well, the good news is it looks like the smokestack, even if it falls towards us, we're gonna hit our property.
It might hit that other building.
Yeah, it might hit that other building and then,
How long do you think it'd take to take that building down using our guys?
It's, I don't know, a week or less.
We took the other one down, it would probably be about 3 or 4 days, yeah.
are we gonna salvage any of it or just?
We haul it to the dump.
Okay,
And most of the good salvageable things have
Have
been
been stolen.
scavenged already, so there's not much left.
Yeah, everybody,
there's no nice timbers or anything in it. The price of 2x4s.
Well,
Yeah.
there might be a few timbers, getting them out of there is gonna be kind of challenging.
You know, you might be able to get one of those reclaim companies to come
Yeah,
in
come
and
in
do it
and
for
do it.
free.
Yeah.
It'd take longer
It would take longer.
because we'd have to bid it.
Right.
Because the last one, we just clawed up and put, cables on it and yanked it out, or, but we won't put anybody on this one because all the brackets.
Right, everything's gone.
It's a house of cards.
Friction and-
Yeah.
Yeah, because somebody.
Spider
came in-
webs holding it together.
Yeah, so it does have all these, I know there's, at least the posts are pretty big.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Does it have
And
trusses in
I
there?
think there are some pieces, well, yeah, there
There's been a
are.
lot
There
of
are
times
some.
it is
There
in
are some
there.
big timbers in there, but they've removed all the connections
Yeah.
So they're
because they had
sitting,
value.
They're just literally sitting.
sitting on there.
So you're just gonna use an excavator and just,
Just knock it
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, because there's been a couple additions put on it that aren't, that kind of construction, so, I don't know, we could take a second look at it and see if there's anything we think we can salvage or get out of it.
Because I think we actually we did salvage some out of the last one, which we gave to the town of Klickitat, if you remember, Dave, when we did
Oh,
they sawed some of them up and they're in the community center.
they are in the community, that's what it is. And I know way back, because some of the timbers in the Pioneer Center came from the
Yeah,
other.
all that,
old mill.
yeah.
Yeah, the steps
Yeah,
Another timber.
and other timber, yeah.
some other timbers, so.
Chairman Sauter,
Yes,
while we're discussing this, I'd like to sort of flag the limitations of this opinion letter from Ecology. It's on page 6. And the county acquired this property, or we're holding the property because of unpaid taxes. And that protects us from liability for any cleanup. Moving forward, if we're issuing an RFP, our ownership relationship to that parcel changes, then we may become liable for contamination or problems on the site if something occurs. So I suggest maybe have the prosecutor look at this and see if that will affect, if we change from just holding it for tax, and we have the treasurer dispose of it like a normal, okay. But if we're going to take ownership somehow in order to direct the future use of this site, that may change our liability status. So I suggest having a prosecutor look at that so that the board's eyes are open when you make that decision.
Good call. Thank you, sir.
okay.
Yeah, and I think. we'll
Nothing's
have to-
ever as easy as it should
No.
be.
No, and the covenant's not that straightforward, so I know David's gonna have to look at that as well.
Okay.
how long do you think it'll take to get that covenant, removed?
The covenant, as soon as we can get with David and see what should be done to make the correction. I don't know what his schedule's like, so.
Then we gotta get DOE to
Yeah,
approve.
yeah, DOE has to buy into it too, because they're the grantor. And then I talked to the guy Jeff this morning, and Jeff Neuschwander from DOE, and he said it's a process and we'll have to talk about it. I can't do it on the phone. It's kind of a separate issue and we can develop that, but he didn't indicate that it was something that they could get through quickly. So that's the other monkey wrench. We can draft something up and then DOE has to buy into it, whatever their process is, I don't know.
Well, I'd like to do it while we still got somebody at DOE right now who wants to get it done
Yeah,
versus when he leaves, because that thing's a revolving door over there and always has been.
yes, it is. Yeah, yep. Yeah, Jeff called me very quickly after I left him a voicemail, so yeah, he's responsive.
Okay.
Last thing on my list is the name of the building. So we pretty much just said what it was when we started this whole process several years ago. It basically, we're combining all the county services. It's the county service building. But we're starting to get to where they want to make the sign for the building. I don't know that that's what we want to call it long-term. We never asked, we just started calling it that. So I don't know if you guys have some thoughts or you want to think about it and get back to me, but before they start cutting out letters, I want to make sure this is what we want to do.
Sounds like a perfect opportunity to ask Gina Curtis or anybody else at the legislature if they want their name on a building. It only costs them $8 million.
Yeah, we want to buy into it, that's fine. Otherwise, we'll need it to bomb the Sawyer building.
Or the money pit. Just the pit.
Short.
Although it's, for the record, it's on budget and it's not costing any more than we planned on it
Yes.
costing. So, but it is it's a significant investment of public resources.
Yes,
So,
it is.
You know, once every
So
once every 80 years,
what would you have on the signage right now? Klickitat County Services Building, or, I mean, how would you?
Just county services building. That's what we called the
called
building.
it really from the beginning.
So, yeah, if we want to change that, do something different, now's the time to do it.
Well, if anybody wants to do that, they can go for it. I'm not helping me.
I'd say, yeah, let us think about it.
Yeah. Yep, I just thought I'd throw that out because we're starting to look at signage for the building.
Right.
So,
There was talk, I'm trying to remember years ago, about bronze placards or something. Am I thinking the wrong thing? No. Nothing.
Okay, anything for these fine gentlemen before we
No, we're on time.
we're on time? One quick, since we got a minute left, I did notice that they had swept the sanding material off the sidewalks in Lyle going up the hill this morning.
good.
So it
Good.
looked good, so that'll stop the complaints there till the grass grows.
right,
Yeah,
then we'll be weedy.
then it'll be time to weed, so.
So you guys start on the west end and move to the east.
Just depends on the year.
Okay.
This
Yeah.
year, that's what we did.
Okay.
That way everything blows out of the county winter.
Yeah, because some years, we have more winter on the west side and you can't start early, so it just depends.
That's what I was thinking. We're still getting a lot of rain, so I always would start on the east and work my way west with the weather.
Okay. Doesn't look like anything else.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you.
I'll be by you Thursday.
Look. Yeah.
Sir.
Richard. Good morning. Start with.
Getting right into it, there were a total of 1,078 calls for service from January 1st to March 29th. In addition to the calls for service, deputies served a total of 268 civil papers during the same time period. Second item, I reluctantly talked about, Under Sheriff Mike Callio notified me that he will be retiring from Klickitat County Sheriff's Office during May of this year. Mike has honorably served 22 and a half years in law enforcement. Mike has decided to retire to pursue private business opportunities. Mike will be on vacation during the month of April, using up his accrued vacation time. Under Sheriff Mike Callio is a true law enforcement professional and has been a credit and asset to the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of our county. Mike will be truly missed, and we hope he has great success in his new business opportunity. And Mike's here today, so he'll get a chance to say a couple words. And I mean that truly, he will be missed. He's a major part of that department. After Mike retires, I will be appointing somebody to the position of undersheriff. I attended the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association seminar training held in Woodlands, Texas, just outside of Houston on February 26th and 27th of this year. And I might add, for those who are listening in on the conversation here, I paid for that out of my own pocket, it was not county funds. The constitutional training was outstanding. We had approximately 200 people in attendance, numerous sheriffs, public officials, and business owners. The gentleman that owns several of the diet businesses that you see on TV, Jenny Craig, CEO, owner of that, was there at the conference as well. In fact, he funded the conference. Please refer to the attached document from the constitutional attorney, Michael Anthony Piraka, from Maryland Institute on the Constitution. The document is titled Letter from a Sheriff to a Sheriff, Dear Fellow American. This letter requires the sheriff to support the U.S. Constitution and the state constitution based on his oath of office to uphold the Constitution, protect the liberties and God-given constitutional rights of the citizens he serves. Number 4, I am requesting the Klickitat Board of County Commissioners to establish a county as a sanctuary Second Amendment county by adopting a county resolution supporting the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution and the Washington State Constitution. Please refer to the attached draft resolution making Klickitat County a sanctuary Second Amendment county. If those who know me know that I'm not the brightest bulb in the factory, so I freely admit that I contacted Sheriff Brad Lowry out of Sherman County. Sherman County has adopted a resolution for the Second Amendment sanctuary county. And I plagiarized the hell out of that resolution to fit our county. And so that's what's attached here when you read through that. And I'd like maybe to get that entered next week, whenever, for the board to discuss maybe adopting that resolution. And to me, that's close and dear to my heart. And if you look and you read the state information coming out of the state and the national level, our Second Amendment is under attack. There is no question about that. And in fact, there's a real move afoot. If the Congress doesn't move, the president indicated that he'd sign an executive order going after the firearms and so forth. So it is a serious concern. Press release in regards to another matter, in regards to dangerous wildlife. The Sheriff's Office has received numerous complaints in regards to cougar sightings in Goldendale, town of Klickitat, Benjamin White Salmon, Glenwood, Hewsum, and other neighborhoods throughout Klickitat County. This is a serious public safety concern. In addition to cougars and bears are a major concern and a problem for farmers and ranchers in our county. Livestock and domestic animals are being killed by cougars and bears in our county on a regular basis. In 2019, I established a program in accordance with the Washington State Law, RCW 77.50.245, paragraph 2A, which allows better protection for public safety, the protection of domestic animals and livestock within and throughout Klickitat County from dangerous wildlife. The Sheriff's Office responds to all complaints where cougar and bear are a threat to public safety, domestic animals, or livestock. Within the past 2 weeks, the sheriff's office responded to 2 separate cougar sightings in the area where public safety is a concern. On March 7, 2021, the Klickitat County Dispatch Center received a call of a cougar sighting next to a residence on Sunset Drive just outside of Goldendale. Deputy Dustin Vorse responded to the call. Deputy Vorse stated the complaining party informed him that she was sitting in her office room when a mountain lion cougar walked just outside her window at the base of her house. Deputy Vorse checked around the outside of the complainant's residence but did not locate the cougar. Just as Deputy Vorse was about to leave the area, another complaint came in to County Dispatch Center about another cougar sighting on Clyde Story Road just outside of Goldendale. This most likely was the same cougar that was seen on Sunset Drive a short time earlier. However, this time the cougar was seen going under a porch of the residence on Clyde Story Road. One of the sheriff's office hound handlers were called to see if he could assist in locating the cougar. However, Deputy Vorse arrived at the Clyde Story residence and located the cougar under the back porch of the residence prior to the hound handler's arrival. Deputy Vorse euthanized the cougar with his firearm in the interest of public safety. Deputy Randy Wells transported the cougar and turned it over to the Washington State Wildlife Agency. On March 19th, I received a phone call from a Centerville area resident that he and a friend shot a cougar that was under the house where the foundation skirting was missing. I informed the reporting party that I would have a deputy dispatched to the residence to take a report. Sergeant Joe Rivers responded to the residence on Dells Mountain Road where the cougar was killed. Sergeant Rivers stated that there were domestic animals on the property as well as a large number of cattle on both sides of the residence. Sergeant Rivers further stated that the evidence shows that the cougar was shot and killed while under the residence. The cougar killed was justified in the interest of public safety. The cougar was turned over to Washington State Wildlife Agent Dan Bolton. The interesting thing about the Centerville incident, the lady heard the dogs barking around the opening under the house, and she thought they'd chased a barn cat in there. She got the dogs away and stuck her head in there and looked in face to face with the cougar. She immediately retreated. Anyway, but that goes to point though. In fact, we just got a call this morning of a cougar in the White Salmon residential area. And unfortunately, we weren't able to contact a hound handler that was available to go up there. The deputies checked the area, did not see anything. But so they're out and about, and I honestly believe it's from years of outlawed hound hunting in the state that cougar populations have overexploded. Anyway, item 6. The Washington State Supreme Court ruled arrest for simple possession of drugs is unconstitutional. If law enforcement discovers an individual in possession of heroin, methamphetamine, cocaine, acid, or any other illegal drug, the officer no longer can arrest the individual for possession of a controlled substance. Law enforcement can seize the illegal drugs from the person, but no arrest will be made. In my opinion, this will create more crime throughout our county and make it more difficult for law enforcement to enforce drug laws. The open use of illegal drugs in our county will result in more DUIs, theft of property, domestic violence, and other types of criminal activity. And I base that on a number of years of law enforcement. We will be working closely with the Klickitat County Prosecutor's Office in regards to the Washington State Supreme Court's rulings. And this is more far-reaching than just somebody not having drugs. We've had to release people out of jail, and I'm sure the prosecutors probably briefed you gentlemen on this. So it has a real impact, not only throughout the community, but who knows what kind of financial impact it'll have and reimbursements and all kinds of nonsense. Anyway, it's a very disappointing thing to law enforcement and to our community. Please refer to Chief Jail Deputy Carmen Knox, attached update for jail activities. Carmen does an outstanding job, as you all know.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, I'll start off, it's kind of lengthy, but since I've not done a report all year, I kind of combined a lot of information for the entire quarter. We were able to start January off fully staffed, and of course, is always our goal for our department, and one that's always a struggle. Unfortunately, this vision was short-lived with Corporal Tim Curran's resignation, who accepted a position with the Juvenile Department as a probation officer. We also received a resignation from T.C. Reed, and her last day of employment will be April 1st. The departure of Curran created an opportunity for promotion within the department. The civil service conducted a corporal test in which 4 corrections deputies participated in. We interviewed each of them, and while they were all very qualified for the position, we chose Robert Cooper as the next corporal, and he was sworn in on March 16th. One of my goals for 2021 was to increase our training hours for the year. To do this, we rely on our staff's expertise to conduct some of the training to reduce our costs, and in January, Sergeant Eric Anderson led a report writing class to all of the jail staff. The staff also had a short training on the new restraint device that we had purchased in January, and we will periodically have additional training for that device as well. We've purchased when we have issues.
Yeah, it's like, please elaborate. What's this?
Right, so it's
restraining device.
It's called.
My mind has all kinds of.
Right, it's called the wrap, and
The rack.
the wrap, pretty much. So
Rack.
if we have somebody who's out of control, we'll put them in a restraint chair, and it's very rigid and very. This device, they actually get placed down on this device. It velcros around them. Their hands are secured, and there's a harness. It secures the harness down toward their feet, and it kind of puts them in this position. And then they're given a helmet to wear, a soft padded helmet. So that, and it's a really nice restraint device. We haven't used it yet. Wasco County uses it, or Norcor uses it. And then along with that, that company provides a device that you can use for transport. If you have somebody who wants to elbow, and this secures their elbows down, and it just restrains their arm movement even more so than what the belly chains that we and stuff use. So
what constitute, I mean,
if somebody's banging their head,
right, that's
or they're being abusive to others, or they're hurting themselves, kicking the walls, doors.
So this is really to protect them
It's
or the
Absolutely.
other folks in there. Could be other inmates, could be officers.
How many times do you have to restrain people like that a year, do you expect?
It depends. It depends if they're, it can be from once to twice a month to, once every 3 months. It's definitely with our lower population, we don't see it as much. But if you get somebody who's on drugs or highly intoxicated, they're usually far more combative than somebody who's been in custody for some time. It's usually at the the first week of coming to jail. Must be the little squirrels running around.
I hope it's none of your clients.
The treasurer
In the
probably
basement,
takes-
bags of money around upstairs. He might be on.
Dropping all the gold bars.
Yeah, the gold bars.
Currently, the department does not have a defensive tactics instructor, and we're working on that. We actually have Corporal Cooper scheduled in September to go to the DT class. So that'll give us our instructor we need. But meanwhile, we've had people on the floor working with no defensive tactics. That is an issue and causes concern for safety for everybody involved, not only for the inmates, but also, of course, for the staff. So I made contact with CJTC and they actually arranged to have 2 certified defensive tactics instructors come to Goldendale and provide us a free training. So they did a total of 16 hours. It was a 2-day, 8-hour round each. So everybody who was newly hired and anybody else from corrections or road department could go participate. So that really helped out because as you know, we've been fighting with CJTC when we're going to the academy, and it's been pretty frustrating. In December, they told us, well, we're not going to go to the last 6 months of 2021. And we come back after Christmas break, January 2nd or 3rd, we got an email and said, well, you guys actually, all 4 of your recruits are going to go the 3rd week of January. And we're like, okay. And they said, we have to give the PAT test, which is a test, a physical ability test or agility ability. And you have to have it submitted all by January 8th. So we had 6 days to put it together and get all the results to them. We did that, and then they canceled that academy because their instructor was critically injured and wasn't going to be able to assist with that academy. So luckily for us, they held that test valid until the next academy. And so we shipped our 3 recruits off last week to the academy. So that was good news for us. So we have 3 recruits currently gone. Corporal Walter attended a field training officer school in February. This course is 40 hours long and he gives them the tools and skills needed to provide training to all of our recruits. Currently, all the corporals are acting as FTOs because we had 4 new hires, so it worked out pretty well. And in March, we started scheduling each corrections deputy an 8-hour crisis intervention training known as CIT training. And it's a virtual training and we're getting each group through until June, and it's a state requirement and we had until June to get everybody through. So they come in and do the virtual here in the jail. On March 22nd, Charlie Brucia, Zach McBride, and Joseph Randall started the 4-week Corrections Academy in Burien, and they'll be graduating from the academy on April 16th and return to work immediately after, probably even the next day at this point. We're a little short-staffed. Courts, one of our biggest challenges that we have managed to accomplish this past year is handling all the court paperwork electronically. As you know, it all has to be signed by attorneys and inmates, and it has to be signed by judges, and it's a matter of emailing, scanning, printing, sending. It's definitely a process, but one we have worked through and I think been pretty successful at. We're now uploading all of those documents into our bookings, and so everything's readily available to us digitally and kind of saving a little time and energy making paper files all the time. I'm working closely with Superior Court to plan and prepare for an increased traffic for court as the county continues to open its doors to the public. And we anticipate every time that they have a court now that we're going to see a little more public attending. So right now I'm relying on the reserves and the posse members to help cover for court security, and their first detail will be on April 1st. Currently, I have Vega working a regular schedule, so I'm not able to put him up into the court security position until we have everybody back from the academy. And we also now have 2 new hires to try to get hired. We've not heard from either of the judges on when district courts are planning on reopening, so it's kind of hard to prepare for something we don't know there. We continue to do district court by phone. So move on to transports. The first quarter of 2021 has not been short for inmate transports, for both inmates transporting to the Department of Corrections, for prison transfers, jail transfers, medical and mental health transfers. We've been to Yakima, Sealy, Skamania County, Spokane, Seattle, and Norcor, and our furthest transport was to Redding, California. Now, I believe that we made, I didn't put the number on there, 30-some transports over the course of the last 3 months. In fact, we have one going today. So we're going at least once to twice a week. We're seeing a lot of mental health transfers. And I think we're going to see more and more of those. So we are also utilizing the reserves and the posse members to assist with transports because we just don't have staffing enough to give out 2 deputies out of the jail to go. So we have been busy in the medical and the mental health field. Brian B has been called or emailed 50 times in the last 3 months in regards to inmates' healthcare, medical follow-up, medication approval, and medical questions. He's come to the jail facility 4 times to see inmates and go over charts and records, and he is contacted day and night with questions and emails. We pound this poor guy some days. Dr. Ogden has also assisted in the jail with an inmate that was having problems with his eyes, and he was able to prescribe medication and evaluate the subject while in the jail. And we appreciate having his assistance on such short notice. We've contacted Comprehensive Mental Health 30 times since January, and of those 30 phone calls, they responded and assisted with crisis evaluations and detainments 14 times. They've also performed set evaluation for inmates so that they could enroll in a treatment program.
Can I ask what happened in the other 16 times?
It was we only had to make contact with them and get advice of what we should do. Sometimes we're just asking you to have a history with these people, or we think that they might meet criteria for a crisis evaluation when in fact they don't. Kyle has been instrumental in working closely with us on getting the crisis evaluations. He's given law enforcement and dispatch only a phone number to contact after hours. We have an issue with the crisis line. That's reported immediately because we've had that and it's investigated as to why things sometimes fall through the cracks. Kyle has, he called me the other day because they actually just got a grant to put what did he call it? They're doing a special room, a detainment room down in I guess it's gonna be a skylight. It's a 24-hour room that they'll have.
The new ER expansion.
Yeah.
And remodel down there.
So-
That's one of the
So that'll be an improvement.
things we all pay for. So
Right. But he got a grant also to help with some project he was working on. They've hired new DCRs over there. They're waiting on the final documentation for their final DCR to come in and do evaluations in the jail. So having an increased amount of DCRs will help when we have a crisis evaluation. Currently, we have 2 inmates in treatment programs. One is being picked up today in Spokane. He was on a 30-day. And then we have a long-term one he's in Sealy or Yakima. And then his is it's a dual diagnosis. So there's mental health issues along with substance abuse. And so those require a longer inpatient treatment. And it's something that the grant money that we have helps pay for that treatment.
Do we have any programs, mental health programs that we can touch on for veterans?
For what?
Veterans in the jail? Or are they going through the same?
They're going
steps
through the
as
same. We do make contact with the VA and we contact Bill Smith. And I'd like to point out that we recently had a gentleman in custody. He was not from our area. He was from over in the Aberdeen area. He was a 25-year veteran. He had extreme mental health issues. He was showing extreme psychosis in the jail. He was only here on a misdemeanor. We did have him evaluated for a competency evaluation, but because of the charges, he didn't meet the criteria to be restored. However, there are ways around that, and the judge can order, or the prosecutor could order a restoration. It's a paperwork process. I actually provided the city prosecutor with the paperwork to do that, and they chose instead to dismiss the charges and release the subject. I was flabbergasted. This man had been in a hold cell for well over a month, and there was no way I would ever let him on the streets. His mental health, he was clearly psychotic, clearly in distress, and clearly a threat to himself and others. So immediately receiving the dismissal paperwork, I was in contact with Kyle at Mental Health, and I put a protective hold on that subject, and we transported him to KBH for an evaluation. We stayed there. He was then transported to a mental health facility. And I don't know how long they held him for exactly, but shortly after his release, the gentleman committed suicide. I guess this kind of hit really hard only because I had tried with Veteran Services to get him help. And I don't know why, when he left that mental facility, he didn't go into some sort of veterans program. I think it's a pretty sad day when, I did everything I could to make that guy safe. And it seemed that working with the city prosecutor, I was just faced with this wall and was told, it's just a waste of our time. It isn't a waste of our time. He's a human being, and he clearly had issues. So I do fight really hard to get the people who need the help. So if we can work harder at getting a veterans program, we do have all the contact information at the jail and stuff for the veterans though. So that was probably the biggest hurdle I'd had all year for mental health. So let me finish up here. The jail has booked nearly 120 people this first quarter of 2021. And this is about 80 bookings fewer than last year. While COVID-19 has impacted the jail population, we are fully open to all arrests and have been for several months. We have strict protocols in place to protect the jail population from exposure, and we will continue to do so. We've worked with the Klickitat County Health Department and offered all inmates an opportunity to be vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccine. We had 2 inmates who wanted it, and at that time we had about 25 housed, but only one was transported out the next morning after we asked if they wanted it, and we weren't scheduled for another week for the clinic. And the next one we thought was going to be transported that morning. Now she's still here. Since the onset of the pandemic, the jail has had 1 inmate and 2 staff members diagnosed, and that was months ago, and we remain COVID-free. And we remain using pretty strict protocols in the jail at our intakes. The jail has been under some construction for some months now, as you're all aware, and beginning with the installation of the new HVAC system, which is working pretty well. However, during those big power glitches last week, they didn't realize that it would set the HVAC system where it didn't run the 24/7. So there was a buildup of water somehow, and we had a leak in the jail and it come through the cell blocks where it did before. So, of course, Buildings and Grounds is working on that project now. The control board replacement went very well, and despite the delays and constant hurdles that seemed to impede its progress, the Justice Systems team worked tirelessly to install the new state-of-the-art equipment and work with the old. Because trying to put wiring from 17th century to 21st century,
I was gonna say, that's.
I know was a challenging ordeal. And they had, I kid you not, bagfuls of wire that they pulled out from underneath the control room. It was insane. They did a phenomenal job. They really communicated well with us, and we now have a beautiful control room system, which I invite you all to come down and take a tour of. Not only did we gut the control room, we gutted the bathroom, and now that was in there, and that is used as it's got a shelf in it. We can print off paperwork and kind of work better. Definitely more efficient than it was. One thing we did run into now is it's really echoey because we took out a lot of stuff. So I had to buy sound panels, and those will go up next week. So we knew that, sorry, I lost my place here. Think about these magic glasses fog up. The Justice Systems team worked tirelessly to install the new state-of-the-art equipment and work with the old. Ben worked relentlessly, accomplishing task after task and without complaint to us. Rick Miller was phenomenal in his continued communication with the jail staff and myself in this remodel progress. We knew that this project would have challenges that would show up in the process. The amount of time to build a complete control system electronically went far faster than I anticipated. The remodel included an old leaking toilet and sink area in the small bathroom. The cabinet system in the control room was removed and replaced with a nice countertop that is freestanding, nothing to whack your knees on anymore. It's pretty nice. Epoxy flooring replaced the very worn out linoleum floor. Walls were painted and a shelving system installed. And then the printer, of course. I mentioned here about the sound panels. They're actually pretty cheap on Amazon. Thank goodness for Amazon. They're delivered the other day, so we'll get those up. Buildings and Grounds was able to finish the remodeling of our old staff bathroom down in the basement or ground floor, and now it's a fully functional record storage area. We purchased a great additional big filing system so that Susie has a place for criminal records. Prior, that room had active sewer lines, and if we had a sewage backup in the jail, the sewage would come up and we'd have to run back there and grab records and save them from being damaged from smelly things. On March 8th, CTEL began the installation of the new inmate phone system. The team flew in from Tennessee and Ohio to complete the installation. They were able to completely install new wiring, phones, 2 kiosks, visitation phones, and the chirp devices in 2.5 days. The kiosk has a law library, commissary ordering, visiting, and PREA information all installed on it. I anticipate the kiosk system to be expanded into each cell block. The kiosk allows remote visiting, which would reduce the amount of inmate movement in the jail. The kiosk will also be utilized to process all inmate requests electronically, reducing the amount of paper used. It also processes their commissary, so that would also allow more efficiency. We wouldn't be printing off paperwork, having to fill it out, going back, picking it up, and then going in and re-entering all the information and submitting it. And all be done electronically. Civil Service completed a test for entry-level corrections, and that provided a list of names to interview for the now 2 positions. We've interviewed and have conditionally offered 2 people for those 2 positions. We anticipate that both will complete the hiring process and begin working within the next 6 to 8 weeks. I have one that has completed the poly, and she's done the written portion of the psych. And so they'll be scheduling for that interview within the next week and a half. I also want to express my appreciation for the entire jail staff who have been more than supportive in all of the changes in the jail. They've been phenomenal in working with the contractors on each project. They've had to drop what they were doing to assist moving inmates, opening doors, adjusting their routine in order to make deadlines for everyone. I cannot thank them enough for working overtime and coming in on days off to cover shifts, for training, vacations, and covering sick days. We have a very outstanding team of dedicated employees who always are professional when it comes to working with the public, the contractors, other agencies, and the inmates. It is an honor to work with them, and I know that they are extremely pleased with improvements that have been made to the facility. I could say they are really, truly grateful to have a control room that functions properly, an HVAC system that works like it should, and it's cooler in there or warmer in there when it needs to be, and you're not either freezing or sweating to death. I know the inmates appreciate that too, because it does get cold in there. It's all brick, it gets cold, so. I did this is the chirping device. So this is the texting device that they are all issued. So it allows them 5 free texts out, and they text their friend, hey, put money on this account and I can text you. So each text is 350 characters long, costs them 10 cents to receive or send, and doesn't do pictures and that doesn't do emojis. It's strictly texting. So it's been a great tool. We have access. The company that does this live monitors this, along with all the phone system and kiosk as well.
I'm curious when we're gonna have our first inmate say something to the wrong person on there and get another charge for something they texted to the wrong person. Someone they're supposed to have a no contact order or something.
So that is monitored and we watch it. We do put phone blocks and stuff on. And if those are, you want to stop.
Somebody.
There's always somebody. Because,
We feel pretty comfortable that guarding that,
yeah,
so they're not using that to make their jail escape.
right. And not, we monitor it, but we also have other people that monitor this as well. So if there's anything going on that we need to know about, we're gonna
Well,
know
like
it.
the idea that you can use it for a disciplinary action. Take
Yeah.
away their phone privileges if they're misbehaving or something.
Exactly. And, I had some concerns like, oh, they're gonna damage this. The company that has the device have these all over the United States, and they've had one phone broke. They do sign a contract to get one of these, and it's a $200 fee that's automatically put onto their account if they break it. So we notify that, hey, so-and-so broke it. They go into that account and they slap a $200 fee. So it's pretty good system.
Thank you. Mike, did you have anything?
Thank you. Thanks for your support. The current board the last 3 months, and the prior board the last 20-something.
22 and a half years.
Yeah. Things are just changing around here anymore in the world of law enforcement. And maybe scary times ahead for public safety more than anything. So I feel like I can no longer do the oath that I've taken.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Karen, did you have anything?
We submitted a supplemental request yesterday to Jennifer, covering the 2021 increase from the collective bargaining agreement, and the associated benefits that go with it. So it's very pointed and very calculated, so we're not asking for anything unreasonable.
I'd say I'll look forward to seeing it, but that wouldn't be necessarily accurate. Will be unexpected.
These dollars are accurate.
Calls for service, Hulk inspection. What is a Hulk inspection?
Junk car,
A what?
a junk car,
Oh.
somebody wants to get off their property. So the deputy goes out, runs VIN numbers and so forth.
Perfect.
It's not when I get really upset.
Yeah. When I turn you, you turn green.
Good one.
Is this total calls through the dispatch center, including both cities?
Yeah, it's total calls, yeah.
Total calls, so it includes.
Include city, county.
Okay. So with the possession of drugs, you can't get them on possession of drugs, but can you still get them on being under the influence of drugs? So that at least they're not gonna, you pull them over, you find drugs on them, and then they drive home?
They can be arrested. It was prior to the court decision even, if they were under the influence of intoxicating liquors and or drugs is the way the law reads. So if they're high on marijuana, meth, whatever it might be, they can be charged with DUI.
Right.
And taken into custody.
Soon enough, we'll have to prove that they're it's actually their drivers that
Right.
intoxicated them.
Well, they would just, it would just be, in
Not
the
my
system.
pants.
be
Yeah.
in their systems.
Not my
These
pants
aren't my
defense.
drugs that made me high.
Right, but by holding possession, it's not telling you that you can arrest them for likely being under the influence.
Well, no, there's a mix. If they're driving down the road and the officer stops them because of their driving over the center line, whatever, bouncing out of ditches, so forth. And the person doesn't have a lot of smell of alcohol on their breath or none, but it's obviously they're higher than kite because of their actions. Then you get a court order or a search warrant for blood test, take them for DUI. Comes back that there's meth in the system, or coke, or any illegal drug in the system. They're charged with DUI, period. They're driving, unfortunately. They're not charged with possession of drugs. What's going to make it more difficult, and it'd be very candid with you gentlemen, that normally through law enforcement activity, I catch somebody with a small amount of meth on them, coke or heroin, whatever it might be, and all of a sudden they decide they want to be a friend to law enforcement and work their way and give me their connection. I have that ability. I don't now, because they just look at me and say, they know we can't arrest them.
Right.
So we can seize their drugs, and then I wonder how long it'll be. This hadn't been done. How long it'll be until some sharp attorney will say, well, you owe money for those drugs that cost $500.
That was my question.
Who
So
knows?
we can't charge them with possession unless it's possession with intent to distribute. Where's that cutoff? Is that, an ounce or a half ounce or a kilo or,
It's really unclear. It says personal amount, but right, where is that cutoff?
yeah,
The guy got
you
2
don't have
pounds of
possession
coke?
here, but if you have this much, now you have possession and I don't understand how that.
Well, that's
How
what,
they're gonna get adjudicated.
yeah,
Do they have scales? Do they have empty baggies for?
right.
So if you pull me over for a traffic stop and I have a brick of something sitting on my dashboard, but I have no scales, no baggies, no anything, maybe I have a really bad habit, and that is I say, oh, it's personal use.
It'd be like to buy in bulk for the
And I
whole.
buy in bulk. Because I'm a good manager.
Well,
Buy your drugs from
We
the
wouldn't be able to
hospital.
arrest you, but we take your drugs.
But you can confiscate the,
Yeah.
According to the prosecutor, yes.
okay.
And we.
Because I know
will
there
be-
was some discussion early when the Blake decision came out that you couldn't even, so it's like you're gonna let me drive off with
drugs,
known contraband.
But we're gonna be working closely with Dave's office, prosecutor's office.
I would imagine eventually the Washington, well, maybe I'm holding too much hope in the legislature to actually work on something to correct.
Well, I would too, but I have to tell you at the same time that the Washington State Supreme Court made this decision on the Blake decision. The legislature was preparing legislation to legalize drugs. Right. So how anxious they'll be to, right?
Let's say it's
In
just-
Oregon,
The voters,
at least they get a civil citation.
I think it's more than the drug issue because the more of them that are out there, the more car prowls, the more burglaries, the more assaults, the more.
Absolutely.
All right, next question. Have you run the Second Amendment language by the prosecutor?
Not yet, no.
And then my last one is a comment. Thank you guys. That's a bunch of information. If you get that done the day before, could you email that to us so I can read that?
I'm sorry.
This is a lot of information. If
Oh.
you guys have it done beforehand, is there any way you could email it to me ahead of time? I'd rather be looking at you, listening to you than trying
Yeah.
to read.
so that if your report's ready before you come in, which it may not, you may be still writing it.
He likes.
Most times
electronic-
I
he likes
am.
early. He likes electronic copies. We're.
I can do that.
You're wanting an email to you?
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah, all of,
You're speaking of the wrong person. You gotta speak over his head, Aaron, in the corner over there.
Well, you're looking at old timer here, start talking about emails.
I know. He chiseled that into some stone tablets originally. See, don't you read them off the stone tablets? And
Yeah.
input
Are
there
you,
go.
this topic, are you
Oh, it's a
interested in
scroll.
having
It's a
the
scroll.
prosecutor look over that Second Amendment document?
I'd be interested to see what he has to say. I mean,
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got no problem with that, obviously, but, I don't know if you had a chance to look, it's attached to your report.
yeah, I read it.
I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but I would like to hear what the prosecutor had to say about it.
Yeah, I would too. Very much so.
First, Mike, I'm sorry to see you go. I wish you well. I expect you're gonna be around.
Absolutely. I'm not leaving the area.
Good, that's good to hear, and I hope you're successful in whatever you're gonna do, and I can understand your frustration with, you know, sometimes it's time to go, where things have just changed too much. But it's, I think it's unfortunate, but I understand. Back to the Blake decision, do we anticipate fewer guests in your bed and breakfast as a result of that? Just because, I mean, your numbers are down anyway, which we've kind of attributed to COVID. But I'm wondering, you know, you did say you had to let some folks go.
Right.
And so I would assume in the future, those would be the same folks that they just won't even be in there in the first place. And so there probably is going to be less population in the jail.
There could be, however, just because they're not gonna get picked up on
Yeah.
a possession charge, doesn't mean they're not gonna commit some other crime and come to
Burglary,
jail.
they get a
Well,
burglary.
of course, if they commit
Yeah.
some other crime.
Right.
Well, you still have the, what I would call the trickle down effect.
Right.
With not having a legal reason to arrest them on drugs, you're also gonna see, in my opinion, less property crime solved.
Right.
Because of the guy that's worked prior to this last 6 years under Sheriff Songer, the majority of his career in drug enforcement and drug investigations, a lot of burglaries, a lot of car prowls, a lot of thefts were solved on that 1 little gram of meth. That led to bigger and better things, from drug dealing to it all.
Them ratting out their buddies.
When you have, when you don't have a reason.
Right, when
to
you've
keep
taken
yourself
that
from going
tool
to jail,
away.
those crimes too will be affected hugely on the sexual.
Yeah, well, I feel for you as far as the law enforcement community, as far as there will be impacts. I expect to see impacts in our world too, because I think there will be financial implications. I think we're still trying to get kind of the scenario, the scary scenario of what the potential there. I see liabilities out there from folks. You know, we could have claims filed against us for people, you know, folks that you let go. Could be, you know, if that was the only reason they were in, and it turns out that, you know, going back, it goes back to 1971, I think is the number I was
I didn't
told.
hear the number on that.
I think so. I think that's when that was, you know, it was from that point forward. And so, you know, and it could be folks that it was 20 years ago. I mean, if you wanted to say, hey, I was improperly,
Right.
Interests.
Right.
then you owe me for the, you know,
Fees.
right, whatever it was. And I know the counties are scared. We're terrified about what the liability potentially could be. And I know our risk managers, our risk pool, everything you know, we're just kind of bracing to see what happens from this. It's too soon yet, because nobody's figured it out, because frankly, nobody expected it. I mean, it was out of the blue, you know, literally, you know, oh, those aren't my pants. Really?
How many times have we heard that?
Yeah, come on.
Right.
But
Yeah.
now
But now they've got a valid case.
No, it's a valid case. Oh, no, you gotta prove.
Well, I just wonder how many doors this is gonna open if it's not my drugs, if it's not my gun. you know, that's under the seat of their car, or, I mean, it's gonna explode in worse things, I guess.
Well, and what's scary for us even is that, I know that there's certain government officials at state level would like to see Washington State be the leading state in the nation on police reform. So what's coming out of legislators passing, and we haven't seen the final laws yet. Fortunately, my understanding, they were able to keep qualified immunity in it.
Right.
But what other restrictions have come down to handcuff police in trying to do their job? And that's going to have a ripple effect on our community, citizens being victimized and by bad guys. And when I get a call from a neighbor who said, "By God, they got drugs next door, and you guys aren't doing anything about it." Well, if it's just a small amount next door, there's nothing we can do about it unless we can prove they're trafficking. We can catch them actually selling the drugs, then we can do something. It's gonna make it a whole different realm for law.
Well, I don't know where it's gonna end as far as, I think doesn't look like it's going. No.
I don't blame you for jumping ship, not in the least. And I don't think he's gonna be the last one we see, and I think this is gonna turn into a structural issue.
21 months.
With that, when's the opening date?
Hopefully sometime in June.
All right.
So
When would be a good time to come take a tour?
Email me. I'm I'm leaving at noon, and I'm actually gonna be on vacation for the rest of the week.
No vacation.
I'm gonna go have some fun.
She hadn't heard about that.
You've been on knee vacations for like 3 months.
Oh, yeah, that's a vacation.
I was only gone for 17 days for my knee.
Boy, get a bad thing.
So I believe next week will be good, not
Having
Monday.
been married to somebody that had that done, that's not, I would tread very carefully.
Monday is a docket day, so we'll be pretty busy in the jail that day. But Tuesday on next week should be fine.
All right, I'm on vacation too.
Oh. Anytime, just give me a call or email.
Well, you vacation people.
We can get the sergeant to give them.
Yeah, well, Sergeant's on night shift. We are down 6 people next week. So it's kind of crazy to be in the jail.
That might be really instructive, though.
No.
No.
movie. Get out to grab a hold of something.
Yeah, really. Yeah, make yourself useful.
Yeah.
We gotta try this new
Yeah.
restraint.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You guys really want to do that? Let us
yeah, we'll get you
know.
down
We'll
there.
make it happen.
I've seen parts of it, but not all of it, so I would
Yeah.
go again.
No, I'd be interested in having you guys down there. You guys can see all the changes we've made. Because the med rooms had improvements, and so we're getting there.
I do have a question. Have we heard anything from KVH on a holding room for mental?
Not that I'm aware of.
I thought I heard something on the radio that they were planning on putting something together as part of this
Oh.
COVID
dollars.
Was it the COVID dollars, or was did they include it in their levy that it?
Well, I think it was in that,
Yeah.
but that didn't pass. But
I
So-
think we're doing some fundraising.
They did some fundraising that's supposed to pay for a room.
Oh,
There
well,
was
maybe.
something, yeah, that wasn't in the levy.
Because it would be nice to have a companion to the one that's in the West End now.
Exactly.
That's,
Well, it saves us a lot of time with our officers, not having to stand around up there for hours, taking them off the road.
It'd be cheaper just to buy a couple extra chairs that she has down there, those restraint chairs. Put one at each place and you'd be fine.
Little Velcro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Tell Will I said hi.
I
He
will.
graduates the 1st.
Yeah, Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday.
And you get the
Yeah.
Second Amendment sanctuary over the day, or you want me to?
We can send it.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Probably my last meeting.
Yes.
In this one.
Okay,
I'll be
well, the doors are open.
I'll be
So,
around, so.
all right. Thanks, Mike. All right, shall we break for lunch? Can you send that, so you can send that over to the.
Getting ready.
All right, thank you. Okay, well, we will recess for lunch. We will be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you all, folks on the phone or Zoom.
And we are recording, sir.
Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all three commissioners are present. We'll start with our pledge of allegiance first. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we approve the business agenda as presented.
Second motion?
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the business agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, have you had a chance to look
I have,
at the
they're fine.
minutes? You're good, okay. So then, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the commissioners' meeting minutes for March 16th, 2021 as presented.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second on the March 16th minutes. Any discussion on those? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, motion passed, which brings us to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the board on any topic. Please limit your comments to 7 minutes or less. We have nobody in chambers. If for folks on the phone, I was thinking about it this morning about what we will do, because we will have both that likely, I'd be curious what my seatmates think. It's not an issue today, but that we would take turns back and forth as far as folks in person, folks alternating, just so you shouldn't necessarily get an advantage because you came in, which
Yeah, I think your voice is stronger when you're in person.
yes, I do too. So with that, I will open up I'll open up the phone lines for public comment.
Did that Kelly wanna?
I think she wants to address you.
Okay, let's start with you, Miss Brown.
Hi, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I sent you an email hoping to get permission for us to put signage and lawn signs around the courthouse, and just to promote Child Abuse Awareness Month for the month of April. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with Safe Space Children's Advocacy Center. We're based here in Hood River, but we serve Klickitat, Hood River, Wasco, Gillum, and Wheeler counties. And so for our Child Abuse Awareness campaign, we are distributing information to all 5 counties to bring awareness to the issue.
Okay. Questions? Just for the record, Kelly, if your name and I guess where you're from is normally what we ask, as far as either your address or, in this case, the organization that you work for.
Which is Safe Space Children's Advocacy Center of the Gorge.
Okay, thank you.
And that was formerly Columbia Gorge Children's Advocacy Center.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you would like a formal recommendation, but I'm in favor of allowing the signage.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, any thoughts?
You fine with it?
Yeah, no, I think we're fine with it. How many signs are you thinking on the courthouse lawn? I mean, across, in front of Columbus, or more towards the courthouse, or both, or?
Well, in Goldendale, I thought perhaps on either side of your main entrance, and then some flyers that you can tape up around the courthouse where you think it would be best. And then at the West District Court, at least 1 lawn sign and a few flyers there as well.
Okay. That seems reasonable. I'd support that as well. So go ahead, Honor.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Okay, yes, good luck.
Thanks.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment. If there's any citizens that wish to address the board, either unmute yourself or raise your hand. And I will call on you. You seen anybody? Not so far.
Here's one.
Linda?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are we saving citizen comments on the solar farms until later, or are we supposed to do it right now?
Now would be this is citizen comments. It could be on any topic. We haven't really had a discussion about the later. I'm not sure there will be an opportunity. Generally, there wouldn't be during the discussion so this would be your opportunity right now.
Are we,
Okay,
we're still planning on, excuse me, ma'am, we're still planning on having public hearings.
Oh, yeah, we have to schedule a public hearing
Right.
later. That's not today.
well, okay,
Go ahead, ma'am.
right. Oh, okay, 479 Cedar Valley Road. About a month ago, my husband and I drove over to the East Solar Farm that is operated by Avangrid that's just east of Wasco. And one of my biggest concerns is fire. And we observed that last year's weed growth was underneath those solar panels, and right under the panels, it was at least a foot high. And based on, we've already had evacuations due to wind-driven fires this year in the gorge. How would they ever put out a fire underneath those solar panels? It's right up there on top of that hill, it would just go right through. Fire. Really worried about it for a lot of reasons. Just, it's out there.
Okay. Anything else, ma'am?
No, I mean, I'll write a letter, but fire.
Okay.
We nearly lost our house 2 years ago, and it's just incredible.
Okay. Thank you. We are still in citizen comment. If there are citizens.
You have another one, 4901.
4901. Go ahead. Please give us your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Sherry Bosque, 120 Houston Street, Houston, Washington. And I would like to, first off, thank you for bringing the moratorium into play at this point, where as a county, you're giving us citizens voices to participate in our future of the county and what is allowed for ordinances and the safety, the environment. When it seems like it had a negative connotation, I think we're moving. I just wanted to put some gratitude into the picture of, I feel that, you're listening to your citizens and you're, working with us to make sure that our future of the county is what's best for everybody involved. And that's including the commissioners. You live here. This is your county. And so that being said, I'd like to address the conditional use permit. And I have hopes that in someday, we can discuss how it can be more transparent to the community when applicants come to the county and ask for a conditional use permit. If we could hold town halls or something prior to, the process already leading down the road to a cheaper determination, if it can, be put out there initially as the applicant is applying in the county to at least the neighborhoods that it would directly affect. So that being said, I just wanted to say that, I appreciate where we're going listening to the citizens, and I hope that we can go a lot further with discussions on other processes and ordinances and how things are handled, because I believe in the end, we are all here to enjoy where we've purchased to live, enjoy our county, enjoy the environment, the rural setting, and the health and welfare of everybody involved. And I was reading some of the Klickitat County codes, and I found one at chapter 20.28.020 that states the county recognizes that each person has a fundamental and inalienable right to a healthful environment, and that each person has a responsibility to contribute to the preservation and enhancement of the environment. And that's in Klickitat County Code. So again, I appreciate us moving forward with discussing future projects and safety of the environment and ordinances for solar. And I hope that we can continue to move forward with discussions that, serve the citizens and our future of our county, that includes the commissioners and your life here too as well. So thank you. And I look forward to other subjects that we can work on that are more transparent to the development of the county. So thank you and have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bosque. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. So either unmute yourself or raise your hand.
See nothing.
I'm not seeing anything either. Okay. This is folks' opportunity. I'm not seeing anything, so we'll just quietly do our work. If somebody changes their mind and wishes to address the board, you know how to do it.
Got one.
Okay,
4901.
4901.
This is Mrs. Bosque again, and I just thought I'd take the opportunity, since nobody else was having a comment at this moment. What would the process be for citizens to address the county? I know that we got the moratorium, which will, give us comment period on solars for the night road. But how does a citizen go about requesting that other ordinances or project development have changes to it? Is there a process to this? Do we need petitions? I mean, how do we go about that? Because, again, I know I'm kind of pushing this conditional use permit, but I just feel it could be a little bit more transparent, like I've stated, and I would like to address the county professionally to really look at how we can, use this process that we talk about to fit the citizens versus the corporate project, and how we can participate up front versus on the backside when I know I'm probably beating a dead horse, but by the time it comes to the citizens for comment, it's already got its determination of non-significant, and all we get is a comment at that point and an appeal, which costs us money. And I just believe that if we work together, the county, telling us up front, you would take our comments and concerns up front, and then you could deal with it with this project in an enlightened form. And are you going to come up against the citizens? And I don't think the county really wants to spend their time and resources continuing to fight its own citizens, whether it isn't hearings or legal battles or whatever. And I know the citizens don't want to continue to appeal. So how can we work together and, not have appeals? We shouldn't be appealing. We should work cohesively on projects up front if they're asking for special privileges, especially. So how does a citizen ask to change the way we do these things?
Did you have a comment?
This is Commissioner Christopher, and I really understand where you're coming from. A lot of the conditional use permits, though, are not for big giant development type issues. It's for, someone that wants to have a music festival on their lawn for a weekend. There's a lot of small time conditional use permits that I think if we made a standard policy that we had to notify everybody in the county, for a conditional use permit, there would be a lot of unnecessary notifications. But I do see where, like, say, on major projects, where I think that's where your concern is, that maybe there should be more of an outreach process. And for me, I'm big about letting the public know. So I'm hoping that in time, as we get Facebook accounts, as we get town halls and things like that, that'll address some of your issues, but I don't know about changing the process.
Okay, well, and that's exactly what I'm talking about is a large project. And, you know, maybe it can have some framework to it that the project's over $1 million, you know, that something that would have significant impact on that community. You know, yes, larger projects, absolutely, you know, not just little things that Joe Blow wants to do a garage, you know, but again, when they have major impacts on that community, you wouldn't have to maybe notify the whole county, but that city council or the community council of that area and get feedback at the beginning to know whether or not the citizens are probably going to appeal it. And when it's asking for special privileges, there will be that appeal process. And who wants to spend all of our time, money, and resources? Because at the end of the day, it's all Klickitat County taxpayer money. It's taxpayer money coming out of our employees, fighting its own taxpayers. And I think that we could, on large projects that could have a possibility of an appeal from its local community, could do some, like you said, upfront outreach and some community halls, let us know about it, take our comments up front, and go from there. So again, that's hopefully something we can work for, because I think that that's a transparent process versus it's already gone through the, you know, mitigated things. It's already got a determination of non-significant, and it's just moving forward. And all we have left is to appeal and fight. So yeah, big projects would be nice to know about upfront before they start getting processed with the county, and the county seriously taking the local citizens' concerns and comments. So that's what I would like to work on. And if you could give me a process, if it, you know, that we can go through to discuss this further, I would appreciate that. Some guidance.
Okay, for me, this is Commissioner Christopher again. As far as the process, I don't know the answer to that one right away. I guess I'd say like your idea. Let me think on it a little bit.
Okay.
And hopefully I'll come up with something for you.
Commissioner Anderson.
Awesome.
So, thank you, Sherry, for your comments, your questions. I know me personally, I have always recommended to potential project sponsors or potential applicants, that they do outreach before they put in an application so that they can hear from the community. That would be going to a community council. I'm very aware of the project that you are most near and dear to your heart, which did exactly that and went through and talked to the community, got feedback, then proposed their project. The county isn't fighting their citizens per se. The county's job is to take a project through its processes. It is a legal process that's defined in RCW and WAC on top of our own county code. We're not fighting anybody. What we're doing is what we're legally required to do as the county legislative authority and entity, as well as the SEPA determining official, which is MOCHI. You can't deviate from that process because it's enshrined in law, state law. So I understand what you're saying, but when say a neighbor who doesn't like what somebody's proposing on their property is doing, it's not our ability to just say, no, you can't do that because the neighbor doesn't like it. There is a process, and the appeals is that process through that program. Or you go in front of the Board of Adjustment to go through that process. So that's how the system is there to work, to take into consideration everybody's comments. So.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Anderson. I hear what you're saying, but again, I'm not asking for every project to be disclosed to the local communities. I think it's very clear to say when they are very large projects asking for special considerations and conditional use permits that could have a huge effect on that neighboring community, that could be something that could be told to the community members before the SEPA is gone through. And I understand that you're saying that you have invited, that project under Canvas to our community council meetings, but that was the applicant that listened to us. The applicant came to our meetings and they took our concerns. They did. And then they went to the county and they worked with the county to mitigate, to find different ways to say, oh, okay, this is going to hurt the environment, but we're going to do this, that, and this and try to make it a less harmful impact, and did mitigations, which I'm not asking for the applicant to take our concerns. I'm asking for the county to listen to its taxpayer citizens, not the applicant, the county to listen to us, and to listen to us up front when it's a large impacting project. It's very clear what I'm asking for, and I think Commissioner Christopher understands what I'm asking for. And so hopefully we can work together in the future more. And we won't have appeals like you're going to face. You discussed that you're going to track the time of how much planning has to, work on our appeals for under canvas. And you're going to use resources and time, which I think if it would have been questioned, which the county did know in the preliminary, that we had a lot of oppositions, and it went forward again after that with another stamp of mitigated, with more mitigated conditions. And it went forward knowing that the community was going to appeal. So now we're wasting money.
I'm gonna have to stop you for a minute and see.
Oh, yeah, okay.
If there are other folks, this is citizen comment. If there's other folks, if there isn't any other folks.
I think I got my point across,
Okay.
and I hope to work with the county further.
Thank you. This is citizen comment, so if there's other citizens that wish to address the board, this is your opportunity. Unmute yourself or raise your hand. And
5865.
5865.
I would like to make a comment.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Rosefield Dimick, 55 Tucker Hill Road. I would have to concur with what Sherry is saying. A great example of that would be just the recent events that have happened in Benton County. You may not know, but the county was made aware of some projects, wind and solar projects that wanted to come to that area. They knew that they weren't prepared for it, so they simply went through FSEC. But because of public comment and a meeting that was held, they've actually taken back their application from FSEC and decided not to go through with the project. And so I think that further reiterates what Sherry is saying, is that if we could simply, maybe change our ordinances to reflect that, to have these hearings happen before any of these other processes happen, that might give the companies a better understanding of how the community is going to take on this, and whether or not it's even worth it to go forward. And so I have to, like I said, concur with what Sherry's saying, and I appreciate what you guys have done also for our residents, and hope to see more of that continue. And thank you for taking my comment today.
Okay, thank you. We're still in citizen comment. Not seeing anybody. Okay, if there's anybody, if you want to unmute yourself or raise your hand, this is your chance.
And if you're new to this, it's *6 to unmute.
I see it saying Greg is connecting to audio. I'm not sure. It's been doing that for a while though.
I don't see it. I see he's there, but I don't see it. I see he's muted.
So we
I'll
are.
keep an eye on it. So
Okay.
I'm not signing in.
Say we're open for citizen comment for the next 7 minutes. So if somebody does come in. A lot of documentation from KEH for their, well, it's $60,000 though. We gave them, so it's about right.
Probably cost about much just to.
I know to put that report together.
I think that's basically 2 invoices. There's a third in there, but it,
Yeah, it was not
Yeah,
allowed because it was
not
before
qualified.
before the grant.
and I did clear that with the auditor, because that project was actually 2020. So work was performed in 2020.
And we can still,
And we can-
we
for
carry.
the
it forward.
auditor, we're totally fine because it was done within the contract period.
They've just been slow sending us an invoice.
Right, right.
What, Ibby? No, no, denied. There's some time cards if you want to see them. Okay, we are still in citizen comment for 5 more minutes. If there's anybody that happened to come in or change their mind, this is your opportunity to address the board. Just unmute yourself or raise your hand.
Where did they come up with 75.83 anyway?
I know, it's to make the math work out, I guess, is what the
Yeah.
auditors say.
Oh, when they're.
Because they have the
divided by
total-
52.
Right, because it's the number is a hard number, they can't change that, so then apparently they calculate it out.
Have we been getting more utility permits than regularly lately? It seems like we've had a lot aside.
Yeah, it seems like I would, that's kind of a sign of stuff going on, I think. I mean, Denise is busy all the time now, so she's, things are happening.
Lumen Technologies is CenturyLink's new name.
Oh, that's their new name.
Yeah, so that's what this one's for. They're still placing copper wires under the ground going up there, not fiber, but copper. 25 pickers.
Wow. Way to really stretch out there. 25 pair of copper wire. They probably had a spool left over somewhere they want to use. How's it been going over at planning with the opening of the annex last week?
Well, I think
Okay,
we've had 3 customers so far this week, maybe 4. I don't think the word's out yet.
Yeah.
And it could be also that, it's gonna take a while for people to get confident.
right.
I'm still locking doors behind me just by
Out of habit.
Yeah.
No wonder they can't.
Yeah, no wonder they can't get in there.
Well, I remember, but trying not to run into the chains that we've got up,
No.
and go to the copier. But
I
we're-
don't think there was anything written in the paper last week at all.
Yeah, it'll take a little while for the,
They did receive notification.
Yeah, okay, is this door's open?
Yeah.
Okay, I used my card, I need to just by habit, but I thought
6 months from now, she'll be flashing.
she'll still be swiping her card.
it still worked.
Right.
Yeah.
Didn't give me any different indication.
I tend to walk up to the door, pull my wallet out and go, dang.
Oh, yep, no, don't need it.
All that going in.
No, I'm
I do
hoping-
it just to see if I
Yeah,
still
I
have a
didn't
job.
even need
Yeah.
it. Wow.
Yeah, oh, they've shut off my card. Yeah.
Didn't think I was gonna get in. So now every time it goes red, you're gonna wonder how.
I did. Why didn't they tell me?
Yeah, I haven't heard any negatives, any complaints, any crowds, any hostilities. For the most part, I haven't heard anything.
No, I I checked in with the auditor the first 2 days. At the
Okay,
end of the day, she said you had stopped.
I was mornings checking,
Yeah.
yeah. I went up yesterday in the hallway just to, because it was loud up there. And people were just sitting in the hallway BS and waiting to get in.
I went in the treasurer's to pay my taxes. Does that count?
I said I did that too. I went into the assessors to
way
do
too
my
early.
property tax assessment.
It's a month early. What are you
I
talking
visited
about?
everybody.
30 days early.
Are you the only one that hasn't paid your property?
I don't pay them until
I don't pay mine
I don't know.
until the,
I don't mind writing a $14 check early.
well, I'm not writing a $14 check. I don't think you're writing a
Well,
$14
the other
check
one's on my
either.
home loan and the home loan.
Oh,
pays
pays
it,
that.
so. Yeah, that one they can get when they get.
No,
Same
okay.
regardless.
It's 1:30, a time we've set aside for public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings. Our first order of business is a public meeting to consider final approval of boundary line adjustment BLA 2020-10, parcel number 02-15-1852-001800 and 02-15-1852-0019/00. Located in the Wishram vicinity. The applicant is John Trosper, and we will start with a staff brief from Denise from planning.
Okay, thank you for those parcel numbers.
Yes.
Boundary line adjustment BLA 2020-10 is a proposal to adjust the common property line between the previously mentioned parcel number. The proposed BLA is also within the Wishram vicinity. The admin review of the boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from Health, Road, Planning, and Treasurer's Office. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it's in the public interest to approve this boundary line adjustment, a motion will be needed to grant final approval of BLA 2020-10 applicant John Trosper.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Denise on this, or?
So hard for me to take a straight line and make it barely crooked.
I know.
And the other one's barely crooked.
They can do what they want.
It's like, I get it, but it's like, now it's crooked on my map.
Yeah.
No, I have no questions, concerns, comments.
You ready for?
I am ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the final boundary line adjustment BLA 2000-10 for the applicant John Trosper.
I would second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the boundary line adjustment. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Approve the crooked lines.
And approved the crooked lines.
Well, they got it off of the middle of the building.
Well, I mean, that's,
Well, I know the houses look real close to it there, and it's only like 6 feet different. Front to back. and width,
Building
but-
offset.
yeah. Remember, we had one up, I want to say it was in High Prairie, where it was in open space zoning and they were within, because that has like a 20-foot setback in open
20
space.
front and rear.
Yeah, and they had some issue, and it was their new garage was on their land, but it was within that, and the neighbor was upset about it, even though it was only like, it was like 12 feet of space instead of 20, and it was, so he ended up having to,
Did the neighbor get some land out of it?
yeah, I don't know how, they've worked it out, because the other solution was they had to tear off 8 feet of their garage.
But if the neighbor had an issue with it, I'm sure he just wanted leverage and
Oh, I'm
negotiation
sure.
to get more property.
Yeah, I don't know how, they
Then
settled
again,
it.
if your house is on the land, you should have water's rights, because you've been taking care of it and you now own the property.
Well, in that circumstance, it was onto their property, it was just they were within the setback. So they needed a 20-foot setback and they only had 12. It's just that the neighbor was being kind of wondering.
Yeah.
You can't see anything with this map.
Which neighbors can be,
Yes.
But yeah, unless you've got posts in the ground, it's hard to know that.
where it is, right? Especially that large parcel.
And even if the posts are in the ground, it still doesn't mean it's correct when they get to the GPS tag.
Well, mine got done before I moved in, when it was done with GPS posts, and yeah, every one of my fence posts. Not by a terrible distance, but they're all.
Okay, our next order of business is a miscellaneous report from Mid-Columbia Economic Development District Executive Director, Jessica Mehta. with an overview presentation about MCED and its role, which we are a member in the Columbia Gorge region. I believe, Jessica, you are here. Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead. The floor is yours. There you are.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Sauter. And I haven't had the opportunity to meet the new commissioners, Christopher and Anderson. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to share a little bit about what MCED does for the region, and also to have Dave McClure and Richard Foster here. We work very closely together with them to support the region. I have a PowerPoint presentation, so I will thank you also to Lee for helping so much with this. I will go ahead and share my screen. Is that, you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. Does that look, still looks good?
Great, but even better.
Okay.
Yeah, even better now. It was good.
Well, thank you again. So as Commissioner Sauter mentioned, I'm Jessica Mehta, the Executive Director for Mid-Columbia Economic Development District. I've been in this role for just over a year now. It's been a tumultuous year, but I've been with MCED for over 12 years. Since 1969, MCED has served the region this is our mission, to promote the creation of family wage jobs, diversification of the economic base, and the growth, development, and retention of business and industry within the 5-county district. We, in the 5 counties that we serve, are Klickitat and Skamania counties in Washington, Hood River, Wasco, and Sherman counties in Oregon. And there are approximately 85,000 residents and numerous communities within this area. So we are, as I mentioned, we were formed in 1969, and by these counties in recognition of how closely our economic futures are tied together. We're governed by a 21-member board that includes representation from all the counties, as well as private sector representation, and we are very grateful to have Commissioner Sauter on the board. We group our areas of work into 3 areas that I'll go into detail today. And just to share, today's presentation is an update of what we do all the time, and then also just a little bit of focus on what we've been doing over the last year, focused on resilience and responding to the COVID-19 crisis. So the 3 areas: business assistance, technical assistance, and regional coordination. Under business assistance, what that really covers is our business lending program. We do have 3 funds that we administer where we can provide direct loans to businesses. Only one of those funds covers Klickitat County, but we have plenty of money available to lend to businesses in Klickitat County. And the types of businesses we fund include, thinking specifically about Klickitat County, it's included Dwinell Ales, Feast, Solstice, when Solstice was in Klickitat County, a number of the other restaurants. We've also talked with some of the manufacturing companies in Klickitat County and others, and I'm not remembering. We fund medical offices, we fund retail, basically any kind of business. And where we step in is if a business is unable to get a bank loan, that's what our area of specialty is. So these, for whatever reason, a higher risk business that's not able to get a bank loan is then able to come to us. Through COVID, we have been offering COVID relief loans, smaller, quicker turnaround loans. We haven't had a lot of interest in those, but that is something that we've been trying to offer over the last year. We also have an attainable housing loan fund, but that was created funds from the Oregon Governor's Office, and so it is focused on the Oregon side of our region. On the training piece, we have been able to provide business trainings often in partnership with the Small Business Development Center, to help the businesses with whatever their informational needs are. We have, in the last year, we've been focusing on trainings through the Mid-Columbia Economic Resiliency Team, which I'll talk about later, focused on adapting to the guidance that's been coming out from the governor's offices about COVID-19 opening, talking about preparing for outbreaks. We have a current series of business trainings that we're doing that have been focused on topics such as getting your business online, cybersecurity for your business, online marketing, preparing for lending. And we are also offering that series in Spanish in partnership with the Next Door. We have been also keeping up to date a page on our website where we have lots of information for businesses related to resources available to them related to COVID. On the industry cluster development work, that includes some of the current work that we do, for example, with the Gorge Technology Alliance, where we work with a specific sector of businesses to come together and talk about how we can help them grow. The Gorge Technology Alliance is an entity that we helped form over 15 years ago, and then we serve as their staff to help bring the tech companies together to be successful. We have done this also in the past with industry sectors related to the wine industry, cider, arts and culture, healthcare. And we also, speaking about our COVID programs related to business assistance, we have been administering quite a lot of business grants on the Oregon side of the river. You guys have benefited from all the work of Dave McClure and Richard Foster, which I've heard plenty about how much work they've done with business grants. So we've been doing that on the Oregon side of the river. On technical assistance, our work under this category really encompasses support for grant administration of complex federally funded projects, economic development services and project management support for key efforts that focus on our mission of a diverse regional economy and strong communities. The grant administration and labor standards, so the picture that you see here, for example, is Mid-Columbia Center for Living, which was a building in the Dalles that we were able to help administer. They received a community development block grant, and we helped administer the grant and make sure that they're staying compliant with all the very complex labor standards that go along with federal grants. We have been able to support some entities in Klickitat County as well, particularly at the airport. I know we've helped there. On the economic development services, again, that is where we provide a little bit more support on the Oregon side. Oregon is not, doesn't have the benefit of having folks like Dave and Richard for each of the counties. And so that's where our Oregon counties can contract with us to serve as Dave and Richard for their counties on a smaller scale. This category also supports the work that we do with the project management services, including some work we do with the Hood River Energy Council. We have specific work where we are focused on energy resiliency in Hood River County, and have looked to see how we can leverage that work to also support energy resiliency in Klickitat County. For example, we're having some conversations with the city of Goldendale to support them. On the third category of regional coordination, I'll hit just a couple of the areas where we've been involved. But in general, this really focuses on, our work here focuses on working on challenges and opportunities that impact communities across the 5 counties. Renewable energy development, broadband access, the transportation and regional planning. This So on broadband, what we have been doing is we coordinate the Gorge Broadband Consortium, which is a gathering of entities focusing on and underserved areas of the region based in terms of broadband access. And this is a group we convene periodically to discuss broadband planning and where the needs are. On the transportation side, this is where our regional transportation work has long been to serve as staff for the Gorge TransLink Alliance, which pulls the 5 county transit providers together for better coordination, shared marketing, and outreach. In 2019, we launched this new website that you see here, which has a great trip planner that focuses on all the fixed routes in the region. In the last year, we've also been focusing really on sharing information about COVID-19 best practices with the transit providers. We also have been focused on the last year in working on the Gorge Regional Transit Strategy, which builds on recommendations of the existing transit plans to establish a foundation for a comprehensive transit strategy across the 5 counties. We are coming towards the end of the phase 1 work, which is try to strengthen partnerships and complete some foundational work and setting a high level vision. And that will be coming to you with Sharon and Kathy Fitzpatrick, our mobility manager, at some point soon. We are also applying for grants for phase 2, which will look at funding and next steps for a regional transit strategy. On the regional planning work that we do, over the last year, we had been convening the Mid-Columbia Economic Resiliency Team in partnership with Governor Brown's staff in the region. It started out about a year ago with weekly meetings and then transitioned to monthly, and now is more on an as-needed basis. But we've been pulling together staff level economic development and workforce development partners across the 5 county region to talk about what everybody is doing to support our businesses and employees through this time and what we can do better to share information, to coordinate those resources. And this is where I mentioned we've been able to do a number of business trainings. We've also had some great participation from Dave McClure with this group in particular. We also received some CARES money from the Economic Development Administration to help the region respond and recover from COVID-19. We are working on pulling together a recovery plan right now. And that work, those funds continue for another 18 months or so to work on tasks like business support, broadband assessments, community facility support. We've been looking at how we can help our communities, our entities access the resources that are coming out of the federal government, how we can get more of our facilities receiving the grants that they need to move forward with their needed projects. We also develop the comprehensive economic development strategy every 5 years, which is here is a image of what the current strategy looks like. It's quite a large document that we work with regional stakeholders to craft. We call it the CEDS, is our acronym, Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, to provide a robust framework for community-based economic development activities in the region. It really outlines a work plan for our entity, but really for the whole region as we look at what are our current conditions, where are the trends taking us, and where do we want to go, and how will we get there? Every 5 years, as I mentioned, we update the whole document, and that process is about to start. Actually, tomorrow is our first meeting where we will have a presentation on COVID-19 impacts on the region and resiliency, to try to talk about how resilient is the region and how can we improve resiliency for future economic shocks and natural disasters. We also, just to share, because I know you're engaged with this document every year, in terms of there's a project priority list at the end of the document, which is important for the region as partners are looking to apply for federal grants. It shows regional support by being on that list. And so you are involved every year in providing the list of key priorities for Klickitat County that then feed up into a regional strategy list. So as I mentioned, the meetings for updating the large update of this plan are starting tomorrow. We will be meeting monthly over the next 9 months, and you are all more than welcome to join us. Everybody on this call, really. Demographics and data will be the next focus. We will be enjoying some research from University of Oregon on the region that will give us a little bit more in-depth analysis of our key industry sectors in the region and where we think those are going to be in the future. Discussion with the community about a SWOT analysis, and then from there really setting the vision and goals and strategies of where we want to go over the next 5 years. And then the end goal is every November we prepare the Gorge Economic Symposium, and we will have a draft available at that event. So that's really the overview. The call to action again is just if you would like to participate in those meetings, there's a link where you can sign up for those, one or all of them, and then my contact information if you think of projects that we could help with. But I'm going to stop sharing the screen so we can see each other and see if you have any questions.
Okay. Questions for Jessica?
I'm assuming that list that she just provided, you're on that board, you're in those monthly meetings. If we wanted to tune in, we just don't get a talk, and then we don't have a problem with conflict. Yep.
No, and I would encourage folks to.
Well, I was wanting to, which is why I was clarifying how just sit there and listen. Yes.
Question? No questions. I had a couple, Jessica, since I got you here, so it's not necessarily specific to things that have been kind of rattling around in my head. Have you gotten any more guidance as far as the scenic area loan fund, the dollars that there was the $2 million appropriation, and I know, we obviously advocated, and I really appreciated the staff support for, Klickitat County's view that we should be eligible for those funds, even though we're not administering scenic area ordinances. And so I was happy that the committee did support that point of view. Do we have any more information on that as far as when those funds will be available and kind of what kind of program we're going to need to set up to access those?
Yes, yeah, thank you for that question. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer of when those funds are coming. So where it is they were appropriated, and what we had heard in January from USDA, so they will flow through USDA Rural Development, specifically on the Oregon side. All of our federal delegation has been working on this for a long time, and we are grateful for all of their support. Senator Merkley in particular was very instrumental, so that's why it's flowing through USDA Rural Development Oregon. My understanding, so they had to create a new application process specifically only for this pot of money. And I've been asking them, when do we think that that's going to happen? I have not been getting a response from them. So I just last week asked Senator Merkley's staff if they could help prod USDA. But and as Commissioner Sauter mentioned, the conversations with the board has been that MCED would apply for the $2 million and then equally distribute the funds between the Oregon Investment Board and the Washington Investment Board, which administer the existing economic development funds in the region. But our understanding is that these funds don't have the same scenic area restrictions tied to them, and thus our belief is that Klickitat County would be eligible for these funds. And I think, as we've talked about, that would be a conversation with, I believe, for you to have with Skamania County. Skamania County EDC is the one that administers the Washington Investment Board funds. But also, when we do see that application from USDA, I'm hoping it provides some kind of clarity.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of new territory for us because we have not been, you know, our businesses have had access to the other, as you said, we have loan dollars available that are in use, have been in use in Klickitat County. This would just be another pot of money that our businesses would potentially be eligible for. There's no guarantees that we would, but at least they would be eligible for that. And so I think it's going to be new ground for us because we haven't participated in this program before. Commissioner Christopher, you had a question.
So my question is kind of for you, Mr. Chairman. Have you had any conversations with Skamania County? I would imagine that they probably don't want to give up the dollars.
Well, they had
this push going to be.
The board member, Commissioner Hamlin was on, and he, I would say, reluctantly agreed that that was the fair thing to do.
Okay. So we're not going to get too much of a fight from Skamania.
I don't believe so. I think it's, it is new dollars,
right.
And so it's, the other Washington Investment Board, those dollars are not going to get commingled with we still will not be eligible for that as those have revolved. So there will be some, I guess, record keeping, although, you manage all these different funds anyway. Right. So will just be another fund that this money could be used in these two counties. This money can only be used in this county. So Skamania's had a pretty good deal because they've been basically the only show in town on the Washington side. So, and it's a good deal for them. But no, our partners will work with us. They will. No, that's really.
I do have one other question. They have a 5-year economic development plan, and we as a county have a 10-year. I'm assuming on their 5-year, they just re-adopt the other 5 from our 10. How does that work?
No, I would say, and Jessica, you could maybe speak to this. The regional 5-year plan looks to, and because I'm assuming each county at some level or another has their own set of plans. It is acknowledged and incorporated, but not word for word or anything. It's considered in the regional strategy. I don't think we have any regional strategies that are out of sync, I would say, with any specific county's 5-year plan or 10-year plan based on that.
Yes, so it builds off of your local plan. So yours, yes, they work together. This is a process that we have the funding and are required to do by the U.S. Economic Development Administration, and they specify that we need to do the big update every 5 years. So that is our requirement, but it does build off of what you have. We wouldn't be replacing anything that you have.
Right. And they are, like the SEDS list is not, so like our project list, like we have our own project list too. And so they're generally, they mirror each other, but they're not exact as far as, because the region has a little slightly different, although we're fortunate we get to choose. I thought that was interesting that when we were formalizing that, in some ways it's an advantage to us that we are a bi-state agency because we end up with a Washington SEDS list, project list, and an Oregon list. And so we actually get 2 sets of, and we actually put, there's circumstances where projects that are bi-state in nature, it doesn't have to be on both lists. Because it's like, as long as one entity puts, and I'm thinking of the bridge replacement
Bridge,
was
yeah.
the one, because there was a big debate about, oh, should it be the top priority in both sides of the river? And it was determined, no, why would we waste one of our spots? As long as it's on the list, then that's good enough. So,
Our number one is pump storage, correct?
right, that's all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is the top project on the Washington side.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, any other questions for Jessica? No? All right, thank you very much. I think that was really informative. I'm looking forward to getting fully back up to speed on, I will say I had forgotten the level of involvement MCED requires of commissioners particularly. You basically, there's many committees and you are automatically on all of them. And so I feel very well taken care of though by your staff. Make sure I get what packets I need and remind me gently to please tell us if you're coming or not, so we know if we have a quorum. So
Thank you. It is a heavy lift for our county commissioners for sure.
so that's good. All right, well, thank you very much, and I'll see you at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Okay, we're running a little ahead, well, 15 minutes ahead, so you guys are, although I saw Lee running around. So I was gonna say, you're just paying attention. Intent, oh yeah, I'm sure.
I love this. They're all listening all the time.
All the
They never
time,
show
so they-
up.
I was gonna say, it shows 23 people online, and I bet you most of them work in the courthouse
Yeah, well, that's okay.
Or the annexes.
or the annexes, so I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Oh, three. Just three.
Okay, well, hello, Madam Assessor. We're running a little early if you're ready to go.
Oh, sure, yeah, I was wondering if that phone call was for me, I was on the phone.
Oh.
Yeah. I want to sit in the left. Okay, I like.
Isn't that funny how we have our spots?
Yeah,
That is interesting. I haven't seen that one yet, so.
well, you know me, I'm always,
No, I'm the same. I have, like, we've been having the finance committee meetings and I always sit in that chair. And I don't know how, but we, at the last meeting, Brenda had come in and put her stuff there and I moved it. And so, just because. Yeah, I know. It is, that's true. We have to go sit in our spots. It's like, I can't sit there.
yes, please.
Creatures of habit.
All righty.
Did you need something?
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, when our chief appraiser announced his retirement, we took a look at, our workload and the distribution of that workload, and we determined that we no longer needed 9 people in the office. And
Sorry, for my knowledge, when did this happen?
last year, yeah. This has been kind of a long process for us. Just because,
Just taking your time,
We were-
doing it right.
well, we had a box to put somebody in without going through this, so we kind of, and then she was out on maternity leave, and so, yeah. So for a while, we were down to 7, and that was like a huge struggle. That was, at least it really helped us solidify that we can't get by with 7 at all. So at that time, we had 4 accredited appraisers and 4 administrative deputies. And we determined that like 3.5 people per area would work. But I didn't really want to do a part-time employee. They don't usually stay. Scheduling is difficult. And so our solution was to combine some duties that were compatible. And so we worked on job description for the property transfer, segregation, merger, levy position with the appraisal position and an analyst to help the chief appraiser. And by integrating these duties, we could
reduce the staffing to the level we desired and yet maintain full-time employees. So we reworked those job descriptions, the real property appraiser 1 and 2. And then we worked with Robin Casey in HR to straighten us out in the direction that we were going. We were making it way more complicated than it was. And Casey and Rob were real good about saying, well, just do it like this, and that works great. So basically, long story short, the front page that you have is the current organizational chart. And if you'll notice, the box in green is the box that we're looking at adjusting. So if you look at your second page, all we're doing is just adding another job description to an existing box. We're not adding another employee. Just want to make sure that's clear. So does anybody have any questions?
You have somebody that can do both of those jobs that's going to be moving within?
We
How
have
do you-
somebody that has already been doing that. So what we did is we took an administrative deputy, administrative assistant, and moved her to an appraiser 1. An appraiser 1 is basically your training time to become an accredited appraiser. You have to have so many hours of appraiser duties in order to become accredited. And property transfer segregations and all of that actually count as appraiser duties. So when she came back from maternity leave, we reaffirmed that she wanted to do this because she was out for a lot of us working on this. And on November 1st, we moved her to the appraiser 1 position. And she's been doing all of these duties since then. She just applied for her accreditation. It usually takes a year, but because her duties are transferable, we're expecting that to be approved. And so she'll be an appraiser 2. Or an analyst / appraiser 2, if you all approve our organizational chart.
So what's the difference between an analyst and an appraiser?
Well, it's a little bit more detailed as far as, so it's an administrative analyst, so that's kind of the SEG mergers, levies type, as well as helping with the sales analysis and a lot of the paperwork in the background for setting the values of properties. A typical field appraiser doesn't do a lot of it. They do some of it, but not a lot. Although they are excited about learning more and more lately, so.
Okay.
But in terms of the skills and abilities, an appraiser 2 and an analyst is still in line with the same abilities.
If they're accredited, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. Yep.
So then do you have, so you've moved the person into the box that they're basically already doing.
They have been since
They have
November.
been since November. So did you fill your clerical position then, or is that a?
Yes. Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes. Like in December, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes, this is more of getting a description to fit the duties somebody's doing.
Right.
And to keep us down to 8 employees.
And the pay grade doesn't change or any of that for either.
We looked at that with the different duties. A levy specialist would be at a 37, which is a appraiser 1. So that's part of their duties as well, is to work the levies. So if they're doing, levies and SEGs and merges and training to be an appraiser, that's a 37. Once they're accredited, that's the 38.
Got it.
Yeah.
Any other? What do you
I
need
thought
from
y'all
us?
would be excited about going down to 8 from
Yeah,
9.
yeah.
I'm not hearing any questions about that.
You wouldn't hear questions, you hear comments.
I'm just impressed with the color coordination. It reminds me of my color crayons, and I'm happy about that.
Well, you don't have the history with me, but Dave knows about my liking to highlight everything to make it simple for
Yeah, I
everybody,
like
so.
Okay,
I really appreciate that.
So I see you changed the org chart, but the job description, do you have that worked up already?
Oh, yeah. I did not give you all a copy, but I have one if you would like it, or I knew that was gonna come up too when I only made one copy.
Well, as long as I look and see Rob and Rob's like, it looks good to me.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't have got past them without that.
I'll make more copies.
Do you want the appraiser? Do you want the appraiser positions too, or just the new one?
Could just be the new one.
Okay.
I don't need a copy. I don't want to waste paper now.
Yeah, no, the first step of any of this is getting the job description down first. And then it's going and working with Casey and Rob. And they're the ones that helped me say, well, you already have a box with the pay scale that this fits into. So we don't have to, we didn't necessarily have to go through the committee to see where this pay grade would be.
Motions.
Yeah, or although I guess what you would do is just submit this as far as we'll sign off on that one.
Yeah, the only thing that's, we're just updating the titles in the 2 boxes, or the 1 box.
So you don't
And
need a
we'll
motion,
keep,
you just need a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Come back.
yeah, we'll keep the real property appraiser 1 and 2, and we'll include the updated titles then with the real property appraiser 1 or 2 / administrative analyst.
I'm good with it.
Got it.
Okay. That's good. Yeah, thank you for keeping it at 8.
Yeah, well, it's going down to 8
I
from
did
9.
notice
I know.
that she said.
I know, but you weren't
Goodbye.
officially at 8. but-
Yeah. Well, it ended up being a perfect timing with, having somebody retire, then you didn't have to,
Right, let's say,
You know.
I'm getting rid of a position. That's,
yeah.
we
yeah,
love doing that.
yeah,
Casey lives for that,
Yeah.
just so you know.
Are you seeing?
Like, give me somebody to fire today. That's what I need.
Are you seeing efficiencies in the office?
Oh, we get more efficient every day. I mean, one of the things that we look at and is, like, how can we do this better? How can we do this faster? We have procedures, we have written procedures in the exact same format for every duty in our office, except mine. Yes,
What about,
yes, that's funny.
what, me raising my hand?
Yeah.
I don't like to interrupt people, so I just like to, what about, cross-training? Are you getting enough of that? I mean, granted, COVID is kind of screwing things. but-
Yeah. Well, that's a really good question because we have worked on cross-training and having at least 2 people trained for all the duties within our office.
Right.
So when COVID hit last year and we were down to just having 1 employee physically in the office at a time, because we were so well cross-trained, they were able to answer all of the questions except for something that is a value question, which can only be answered by an appraiser.
Right.
When my chief appraiser retired, we had already been training a current appraiser to take over his position. And when my chief deputy resigned, that lost us a little bit of backup, but we are working the person I hired into December into being a second on a duty. But yeah, we're pretty good, I think, and we learn a lot by listening, to what each other says to different landowners. And I mean, my staff is just phenomenal. I know I say this all the time, but they are willing to take on more than just what's within their job descriptions. Because I used to tout in other duties as assigned, it's in all job descriptions. And so now it's funny because somebody will say, well, I want to, learn how to do that. And then somebody will laugh and say, oh yeah, it goes under another duties as assigned. So it's kind of
You're good. You can pretty much
I,
do it.
I like that. I'm a firm believer in, everybody should know everybody above them and below them's job duties.
Well, I mean, there's
As
some
much as
stuff,
possible.
yeah. Yeah, there's some stuff that you can't. Jessica's behind us here today to learn how to present to you all, so.
Hello.
Should have made her jump right into the fire.
I don't do that.
That's the first.
I don't do
That's
that.
You'll be fine.
We're really,
It's not that
we're
scary.
a very mean group of people up here, so be careful. As long as everything's color coordinated, you'll be fine.
Then we're good.
We're good. Okay, sounds like you, like a positive for everybody. So it's a win-win for all.
We think so.
Win-win and organized win-win.
All right.
And
When you have somebody who comes in as a 37 and they put in their year, they get, they're now legal, they move up to a 2. Do they start back at the beginning of a 2 when they go up to it, or do they get to go to their step 2?
It typically, we like to see when there's a promotion, we like to see the 6% increase. So if they are able to finish the training and get the certification within the year, then we go by that. If it takes a little longer, then it just depends. But we always try and give the 6% for the promotion, and which will typically take them to a step 2 or 3, depending on how long it takes them to get the credential.
Incentivize
Mhm.
getting promoted.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
is that it? So I have one more quick thing.
Oh, go ahead.
I noticed that Rob was on next. So I would also like to encourage the board to grant the HR director, Van Cleve, permission to conduct the compensation study for regular non-represented employees as shown on today's agenda. Because,
My report, thank you.
because
You talk to them, not me.
Dave has heard me say this before. Employees are our greatest asset, and they need to be looked at and maintained the same that we look at buildings and roads and all of those things for maintenance and upkeep for perpetual, government requirements. So I just,
And that's why I brought it up to them, and that's why we're discussing it.
Rob and I have been discussing it as well, so that's it. That concludes everything.
Well, like I said, he's already sold me on that, so he's just gotta sell them.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Then she's gonna stick around and see if you want yes or no on it.
The human shield.
Yeah, there's another. I forget, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that'd be great. I think Aaron's coming over.
So, Krista had the other girl in here. What is the other girl's position on the org chart?
She is the deputy assessor,
Okay.
the chief deputy assessor, sorry, excuse me, yes.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, good afternoon. I provided in the packet the agenda cover sheet for a proposal to conduct a compensation study for non-represented employees. I think the cover sheet covers all the information I would provide. I would just summarize it by saying Klickitat County has changed in the last 12 months, let alone the last 12 years, which is when the last compensation review was done for non-represented employees. That study had 6 primary comparators, 1 for public health. This study would have 12, including 2 on the Oregon side, to provide a gorge perspective as well. Time frame is 3 to 4 months. It's a significant project for HR, even with the help of a consulting firm. And in addition, as you know, we'll be doing a compensation study for all the union positions. So basically, if you approve this, we'll be doing all 250 or 60 employees, all positions in Klickitat County would be undergoing a review using the same comparators at the same time. So with that, the estimate did not include the elected positions.
I would ask you to consider adding those positions. It's difficult, it's not impossible for elected officials to ever advocate for a study for their wages. It's difficult that elected officials in this county, like other counties, are working department directors, working department heads. They carry a caseload in every case, just like their employees do. And there was a study done in 2018, implemented in 2019, but that predominantly moved them from 0.8 to 1 FTE hours they were already working.
And didn't take into account gorge counties.
Right. And so that did include, I think, a 2.5% increase, but predominantly just making them full-time or paying them for the work they were already doing. So to add the 7, if we include the commissioner's position, the 7 elected positions would be another $3,150.
Bringing the total to, do you have it there? Do I need to look at my?
57,150.
You have to
You're
go
gonna take that out of
for
Casey's
bid.
budget, right?
Sure. Pardon me,
You
Commissioner?
have to take that out for bid though?
No, this was we're proposing to use the same firm, the commissioners that the county used in 2009, and PA has indicated that it's a contract for services, so it's not subject to the
We
bid
don't have to
requirement.
go out and even though the size of it, that would make it over $50,000.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
I think I gave the PA an estimate of that. I think it was lower than 54,000, but we can double, if you verbally approve it, I would check with the PA before I brought you a contract. I had made a good case to the PA for sole source because this is the firm who
Did it before.
Did it
Right.
before.
Save money because
And
they're already.
Yeah, so,
Well, and I look at who they're doing and it's like, it's
Everybody.
amazing that they can't just pull it up and do like, that's 10 minutes. We already have all these positions still there.
they also recently have done Wasco counties,
Yeah.
so they're familiar with both sides of the river. They've been in existence for quite a while. They're a good firm. I've worked with them, different employers.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Since they already have a bunch of data, it might be cheaper than going somebody that don't have that data anyway.
But I will check with the PA again to make sure that because of the price. it doesn't
Make sure we're
throw-
legal.
And yeah, if you're already doing 260, put it all in there. My personal feeling, do it all.
I agree. I think the electeds, whether we change them or not, that's up to us, but it should be in there.
So
Should
today
have
I
been there
would,
2 years.
I would just be seeking verbal approval for the project and then I'll check with the PA again and I would bring you a contract for formal adoption. So if you're inclined.
Yeah.
Finance side, where we pulling the money?
Yeah, so that was, there's the unpleasantness of we have to pay for this. This was not a budgeted item. It is not an insignificant amount of money. So there's that issue and we'll have to sort that out. The other issue, just as a maybe more, I'm curious or cautionary, I understand the desire to have more comparable counties that we're using and to look at the region. I get that. It kind of makes sense to me. But I also know from doing union negotiations that the biggest or the first fight is always about who are we using to compare to. And I don't believe we've ever used anything outside of the state of Washington, because sometimes it's apples and oranges where they're not. And the only reason I bring that up is that if we've done this, we have basically seeded that whole conversation that these are the 12 we're going to use.
Yeah, that's a good point, Commissioner. I'm completing the final report for the comparable study that I've been working on to identify the 10 counties in this state. That study hasn't been done for 10 years. The strike prohibited unit, the deputies, the commissioned officers in the sheriff's department would not be able to use Oregon. It has to be comparables within this state unless it's of a certain size and then it's West Coast. So we would not be able to use Oregon and Washington, at least for the sheriff's office. And I would propose for union negotiations that we probably wouldn't use them other than just to see how we compare in Washington in the region. But if we went to interest arbitration, they wouldn't, and we wouldn't be able to use out-of-state counties anyway. And I think why, in the non-represented, I just think, and Commissioner Christopher and I talked about this as well, is being compared to Washington counties, east, west, north, south, similar size, similar factors is important, but we also live in this thing called the gorge. And Wasco County and Klickitat County, on many factors that we're looking at, are comparable. Hood River County is more unique. Multnomah, Sherman, and Gillum, the other ways are above and below certain factors that we would consider. So I think having an idea, and I'll talk to HR Answers about whether that's blended into the 12 or we do the Washington ones and the Oregon ones, and just make sure that to see if there's a disparity between the two that needs to be addressed or should be addressed. I've looked at Wasco County. We're pretty similar to Wasco County pay. We actually pay more than they do in some positions.
But I will
Like the
say
senior
that,
planner.
right, but there is a factor in that Oregon has income tax. We
Right.
do not, and that's an automatic, that skews the numbers
That's
right
a couple
there.
dollars right there.
Right.
Well, that's true. In this state,
I just know from doing negotiations, those skewed where you can explain it, it doesn't seem to work that way. Where it's, yes, but it doesn't, it's.
We'll go not thinking about the 9% they have to pay.
Exactly.
in this state,
I had the
there's-
same discussion with my son when he moved to Oregon. So,
yeah, for you.
remember, there's,
And I'm having the same discussion with my son to move here. Remember, you don't have.
yeah, right, it's at 9%.
And it is, yeah, over here, the DRS is 9%, that's mandatory. In Oregon, the retirement contribution for union positions is usually paid by the county, not the employee. So over there is a 9% income tax. And in many cases, unions do not pay the employee, the county picks up both the employer and
Oh,
employee.
really?
Over
Oh,
here-
so there again, that's
over here,
another one of those.
Over here, there's no income tax, but there's 9%, so it's not apples to apples, but it's not off as far off
Okay.
as.
Again, I'm not opposed, I just want us to be aware.
I do have a question.
Yes.
I forgot I had to, but I'm raising my hand.
I know.
For a while. When we,
Oh, no, I saw you.
shit, I know you're sorry. I got the nod. I saw you go.
Go ahead, sorry.
When we check these other counties' comparables, are we checking when the last time they did a comparable was?
No,
Because if we're checking Pobunk County and they haven't done a comparable since 1972, they're probably off too. I mean, that's gotta pay a flat factor in our math.
In my comparable study, we went from the 7 factors used in 2011 to 14 different factors, and that wouldn't be one of them. We have a sense from other counties in this state about how often they do it because we're on kind of a listserv of other HR folks. Wasco County, which would be something we bring up to you guys in the future, is Wasco County updates theirs every 3 years. So they did what we're doing now, and then every 3 years, they do a check-in, so they're not doing a $55,000 study every 3 years. And so they're never more than 3 years out. And
I'm
so,
just saying, if somebody else used us for a comparable, ours is 12 years old and probably wrong. So I just want to make sure if we're looking at other people's that are 12 years old, we take that into
the
account.
union folks,
But I would argue that we did a comprehensive study 12 years ago. It's not like it has been static for 12 years.
No.
Because we have because we've done union negotiations every 3 to 4 years, which then we, the board has always sort of treated it like we have law enforcement, we do public works, and really the third contract is everybody else, is the non-union. And we use those same comparable counties, we use the same data to inform how because we've made significant changes in compensation over those 12 years. So I'm saying I don't know how out of whack we are. I know there's some, and we always look at, can we not hire anybody? Can we not retain people? Those have not been huge factors. So that ground truth to me is that we're not out of whack that much to the point.
Accountant or.
unless it's an accountant.
Well, we're having the silver boom, so.
Well, I think,
Right.
worries me.
I think what you find is that, because we still work off the study that was done here in 2009. So the positions that were created,
Right.
and the new ones are kind of plugged in
Right.
between the existing ones. So if
Tighten
you
it.
tend to move, you tend to move the whole,
Right.
float the whole boat. Whereas a study like this will show you maybe certain positions in a department or certain type positions across departments. The market has pulled them way up because for demand purposes, and so that's typically what you see. And I should point this out, not to defeat my own request, but I've never seen payroll go down
Yeah.
following a compensation study. Not everybody goes up, some don't go up, some do go up, but generally the payroll costs do increase.
Well, I will remind some of us that were here before, is that I think it was only one position, but we had one that the study indicated they were significantly over market and, and their pay was frozen for years because that's the only circumstance I've ever heard of when it wasn't, it raised everything.
Typically you don't.
There was one,
What kind of position?
well, I'm not gonna say, because it was one single person.
Typically, what I've
They
seen.
know who it was.
Typically, what I've seen organizations do is, to your point, they'll
Yeah.
red line or grandfather.
And that caused some
So we're gonna
bad
ask that in
feeling.
private later, apparently.
Yeah, you can ask them later.
Sometimes they'll still grant a COLA to all those.
Oh,
positions,
and I think
but they
we
won't-
did.
But
We did too.
But we still have positions that top out, and after that, employees only get the COLA, so that does exist as well. But
Well,
right now, everybody supports that. All the employees were supported at the end when the outcome comes in. Generally, there's, it's.
So I do the math and it looks like it comes out to $221 per person.
Yeah, but I think we're not only having to find the 57, we're gonna have to find the increase in payroll on the next budget if we approve it, kind of thing down the road.
Oh, I know it's gonna cost us a lot of money.
So there's more down there that we gotta figure too, so.
I can work
The
with Jen on,
57 is the small
I can
thing.
work with Jen on the cost. Probably the first place I would suggest we look is the ending balance for the general fund was up over what was projected last year. So the funds could be within that fund to be moved around, which we do in supplemental budgets between general fund departments if there's a need. And the second would be reserves.
Can we use the COVID dollars since this is a one-time hit?
I think what we're going to talk about Thursday is not directly, but funds that are freed up because of the COVID dollars can be used to fund
Other stuff.
So directly, no, indirectly, yes.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring. I think it's a good time to do it because we do have that cushion.
But to your point, Commissioner, I'll talk to HR answers and possibly with the Gorge ones, still include them as a comparator to the Washington ones to see if the region compares to our comparators within the state as opposed to including them in the average. So they're still included, the data is still important. And if we saw there was a regional difference over all the Washington counties, then we could have a decision point.
Right, see, that's where I'm at. I wanna know what our comparables are now compared to what it would be in a regional.
So we have the data, how we use it in the final report.
So are you thinking of including Hood River or not thinking? Hood River?
Yeah, Hood River and Wasco would be,
Okay.
We can add up to 15 comparators for the cost that they propose. The reason I propose moving to 10 at this state, both for union and for non-represented, is you don't get responses from all 10, and you don't have matches for all 10. I think here they talk about trying to get 75% matches. In the union, we typically find half. So if you start with 6, you're going to get 3 comparators, and 2 or 3 comparators doesn't make a good market survey. Starting with 10.
So that's why you start with 15, so you hope to get 7 or 8.
Yeah. So, and the 10 we'll use will be up to you, and we'll discuss that in terms of both bargaining, and I'll bring that to you before this study would start and before negotiations, because I have to negotiate that with the union. And so.
Because there is set policy on that
There
as
is
far as
set
who we use, the numbers and what the criteria is as far as, certain size bigger, certain size, that it's, population. We've discussed other ways of doing it too, but we really are trying to get apples to apples. Yeah. And we got a little more progressive, I guess I'll say, in the last, 5 or 6 years, just because you can't, the old days, it was, we're going to use Skamania, Asotin, And what's another really poor county?
Yeah,
we
the
can
one
give
that
us?
was-
Right. Yep, those are our three. So we're like, that's not really fair. We're not using King. We're not
Right,
using,
right.
No, it's
So I-
always, it is a negotiation
I'll
to
see what-
something that's reasonable.
I think you'll see what I've done and.
It's like the Olympics. We throw out the high and we
Yeah,
throw out the
right.
low. Okay, here's what we got.
Because I've expanded the factors to include a lot of economic and population-based.
Yeah, I don't think, because I think population only is not, that's
Yeah.
only one tool.
I also try to look at east, west, north, south, because, the dry side and the valley side is, there's differences and
Differences.
similarities. So trying to get a balance across the state in all four corners, I think provides a well-balanced view, but I'll be bringing that to you in a couple of weeks for your review. So,
Okay.
I'm glad you're doing Hood River and Wasco. That'll balance each other out because the west side of this county and the central and the east side of this county are completely different in terms of cost of living. And so is cost of living one of the factors?
Yeah,
you're
I'm using this,
looking-
it's called the Sperling cost of living. It's a national standard that's used above and below the US, which is 100%, and all the counties in the United States have a score assigned in some major cities. So that was what I was able to find that compares apples to apples across a whole spectrum of cost of living items, wages, benefits, manufacturing, purchasing, retail. So trying to find comparators that exist universally was a little bit of a challenge, but I think we came up with some.
We're all unique.
We're all unique.
This county is a lot different today than it was 12 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. I will say the cost of a house in White Salmon, Hood River, and San Juan County are pretty close to
I know.
each other. They're pretty.
We're not using San Juan.
Why not?
Same as the price of a cow in Hood River.
It's an island.
Yeah, it's an island.
It's an
It's an island of money.
Anyway. Yes.
Have you seen White Salmon?
Yeah, I know, but it's not the whole county.
It's a castle of
Well, that's where his remark comes in using Hood River and Wasco.
Yes.
They're gonna balance out pretty good, just like our county is not.
And we have lots of employees to both.
Yeah. All right.
Okay,
Hey, I
Yeah,
have
wait,
one more
wait.
question off topic.
yes, sir.
Where are we at with our, like Facebook data stuff?
So right now, they're having an onboarding with the company that we're buying the software from. So IT's having a Zoom meeting with them to understand how to use the software and install the software. Departments, as of today, are working on implementing the links and the requirements on their different social media. We only have one elected department. The judges use it because they have to, because of YouTube.
Right.
The sheriff's office uses it, Facebook, and I haven't talked to the sheriff yet to see if,
They're compliant?
yeah. So I have no reason to believe they're not. I
Right.
just haven't had that conversation. But the software is being onboarded today, and that was the next major step to get it.
Right, okay.
Get up and running. But I think IT posted the stuff on their webpage, so everybody could link to it. I think we found in retrospect, some of the social media sites don't let us in, so we can't necessarily put post pages on their websites. In some cases you can, some cases you can link. Some cases we may ask departments just to post the policy on their individual webpage, so it's posted as many places as possible, so people will see the rules.
So sooner rather than later, I should be able to get with IT to create my own.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Good enough. Thank you, sir.
Do we have one more issue before?
Yeah, as far as
Two more.
HR planning issue before we talk about forward.
The nurse.
Yeah, that's right.
So before the planning, sorry, Mochi.
No, that's
We were notified by the public health department that Erin was able to hire a public health nurse. She had that position posted. And it came to our attention that the nurse that was hired back in December was actually placed at the wrong step. She came in with years of experience. Here she is. And so we are just requesting to upgrade the actual step placement for that nurse that was hired in December to reflect her years of service and fix the clerical error. And so I was just giving you guys an update and a heads up.
So it's not a promotion.
It is,
If the
yes.
person was placed at the wrong step initially, and if we don't move this person, then they will be at the same step as someone who, this new nurse who's coming right out of nursing school with no experience. Is that correct?
And this would coincide with all of the previous hires of the nurses, with all of their experience, all of them were placed at a step 3. And so it truly was something that was missed, and
If it's a
clerical
miss,
error.
well, are we gonna retro them back?
that is my hope, that yes, if you guys are good
If
with
it
that,
was a
then
mistake, I
yes,
think we should.
then it will
we
go
should
back
own
to
it.
her
When
start
were they
date,
placed?
Hmm?
When were they placed? When did they start?
December 1st.
And this is coming out of your COVID dollars.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Everything.
Always the first
I hope
question.
you're
Do
looking
you have
over.
money for this?
I don't have any cool.
So,
For now.
I'm a yes, and I'm a yes for retroing it back.
okay.
Okay.
Everybody's good with that?
Okay.
I will go update her paperwork and get that fixed. Okay? Okay. Thank you.
Chairman, so
go ahead.
I have a couple personnel issues. This is David Kale, if I can be heard on that.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
I appreciate that. I have an appointment with the Health Department at 3:30, so I'm not sure if I can make my scheduled time. I am seeking verbal authorization to post the legal admin 123/ child support OSC position. I received notice from the current employee. So I'd like to post, it's a hybrid position, if we can post that, steps 1 through 5.
I was confused because we just did sign, but that, we just signed, but that.
This is in addition
This is
to.
an additional one.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was the victim witness coordinator. This is a different position.
I'm a yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
we're good.
Thank you,
Okay,
David,
great.
for bringing that up.
Thanks. And then just real quick on that contract, since it's a personal services contract that's not related to public works, there is no competitive bidding requirement.
Okay.
Thank you, David.
I thought there was with everything.
Does he have anything else he wants to tell us before he leaves, Mr. Chairman?
No. He would if he wanted to.
Thank you, Casey.
So I'm gonna come back and report about the additional staffing for the planning department. So Rob and I discussed about, what kind of person that we want to add on to the planning department. And after carefully think through this process, I'm going to ask a verbal from the board is to revise the planning department org chart to replace our current project coordinator position to a senior planner / long-range special projects planner. So this will be an exempt position. So, I would not have, the org chart is still have like 6 people, including myself. We are just making our casual position becomes a full-time position. So if the board is okay with that, then I will work with HR to update our org chart, job description, title, and hopefully advertise.
Another option would be, you have a senior planner on there, don't you?
I have all those.
And another option would be just to add another senior planner box and leave the project manager but unfilled. The special projects, so, you just leave that box but leave it unfilled. So she's already been approved to have that position. You're just authorizing her to add. It might be a new box because we're going to put it at the same pay grade initially. Now that we're going to be doing the study, we'll see. I looked at the comparator counties on both sides of the rivers. Only one had / long-term planning special projects, which we thought was good to help us when we're marketing this position to the skill level that we're looking for. We're looking for a senior planner that has those long-range projects experience.
Right.
So there's multiple options. You can do that, or you can just leave that one box and just add another box for a senior planner, because it'll be one unique planner that has a long-range project skill set.
So she has an open box now that the board says she can fill, and we just told her to do this other thing too.
Well,
So
once she has
she's
vacant-
wanting to know if we're trying to squeeze 2 openings into one box or if we're making a separate box. Okay.
Yeah, she's authorized for the project manager. She just hasn't got it filled, correct? So, but it's already been approved in the system and it'll stay unfilled. And she'd have to come back to you to get permission to fill that for some other reason.
What pay grade was that one at? That casual? Did it have a pay grade associated with it?
No, it was a casual position, so that was the shoreline
Yeah.
project coordinator.
Yes.
So we just have a set rate.
Per hour?
Yes, per hour.
And what about this senior planner? Is it gonna be set at a senior planner?
We would propose to set it at the same as the other senior planners. It would just be a different skill set. And then we'll determine when we do the sort of the salary survey, if in fact the comparators have a senior planner, long range planner at a higher pay salary. Like for instance, Wasco County has it, but it's the same pay scale as our other senior planners. It's just a different skill set. Skamania County has a deputy director, senior planner / deputy director, but the rest all just have senior planners. So at this point, we just discussed leaving it at the same pay range as the senior planner. And then when we do the study, determine if in fact.
What's that? What's that scale? Is it 72?
71.
71.
And I looked at 4 or 5 counties in this state that are our comparators, or I would propose to be our comparators. And Hood River and Wasco, and I think our senior planner's competitive, if not at the upper end. So.
Well, I guess I would question, would you then recommend we create a new box, or would you recommend that we rewrite the existing box?
The other ones are all full of senior planners, correct? The other planner positions are full.
All the other planner positions are filled.
So the only empty box you have is the project.
Coordinator.
So it would be a new box because this position has a unique title.
So your recommendation is to make a new box and just not fill that box?
The project manager. It's not filled now.
Right. I was curious if we're now looking for 2?
No, departments can have boxes that are been authorized by the commissioners, but if they're not funded or budgeted. So you can be approved to have 10 boxes of positions and only funded to have 6. Right. And each time.
Because this person we're looking for now is ideally gonna do that job as well, if that's shoreline master plan.
Yeah, it would, yes. I think that's the point. That's the special projects. They would do what she had originally, I'm talking for you, sorry, what she had originally envisioned a projects manager would do. Is that correct? Sorry.
The only downside I see, and it's ultimately it will be up to the board to control, is that it is the first gatekeeper to staffing levels are the boxes. And so unfunded empty boxes are not a liability, a current liability, but they could potentially be a future liability. Because it's easier to make it hard. And I mean, I know Mochi is just an empire builder that is.
You didn't tell me that, Mochi.
Yeah, it's our little secret.
Yeah, it's easier to fill a box than to add a box.
It is easier to fill a box than to add a box.
True, it's a good point.
So, but ultimately, filling a box, adding a box, doing whatever, ultimately comes to the board anyway, so.
So I guess my issue would be is if what we want is that project coordinator. That's what we've been talking about in essence. My fear is that if you give them a senior planner position, they're going to be doing the same senior planning as the other people are doing, not the special projects that we're looking for, because you got your day-to-day and then your long range. And so that's my fear. Also, I don't know if at step 71 as a senior planner, we're going to get what we're looking for, knowing what we need to have done. And so I don't know if that project coordinator might be more the right that gives us, and I don't want it to be a casual because we're going to be going through this forever. Just trying to think about how we're going to get there. I mean, we can try to advertise, but.
Even the project coordinator, you'd have to advertise for and define the position at that pay grade. I can't remember what.
We don't have it.
We don't currently have a pay grade, but I don't think it was anywhere near the 71 when it was.
Yeah, it was.
Could be as to find a project manager / with planning experience could be as challenging as finding a senior planner. We talked about the issue that you just brought up, the day-to-day versus the long range.
Because right now, all my planners, they are working on development review, which are the day-to-day, and I really don't have anyone helping me to do long-range planning. And all the projects that we talked about last week, the majority of them are long-range planning proposal.
So should you reorder I know it doesn't make any difference, but if I'm looking for a job and I'm interested and I see senior planner, I'm thinking, oh, they're looking for a senior planner with this kind of other thing added on to. And it really is the other way around. What we really want is a long-range project coordinator that has some senior planning. I mean, they're going to be a senior planner to be able to do that. I mean, I don't know if that's just semantics, but I do share Commissioner Anderson's concern that we're going to just get what you already have.
The senior planner that's not quite, yeah.
And that's not what you need. Let you work on that as far as, I guess the first question is the answer, the box. Yeah.
I'm an organization person and I don't like to leave boxes unfilled if we don't have a purpose or a need to fill them. So I would say, fine, if you want to make a new box, fine, but remove that box. That would be mine.
And that was her recommendation. So, and I guess from what I thought I heard the commissioner say pretty much unanimously was you were looking for a senior planner or / deputy director level person, and you were and I mean that's what I was hearing through the conversations.
Right.
And so I think we did talk about the day-to-day versus long-range planning is, you know, you want them cross-trained, obviously, but you don't want the long-range person getting caught up in the day-to-day stuff. So they would start their training on the long-range piece and over time pick up the short plats and the normal planning issues. And then over time, hopefully your other planners would pick up more long-range. And so to your point about cross-training, they all get there eventually.
Right.
But this new position would be focused on the long-range planning and not get caught up, hopefully, in the day-to-day planning. So I think that was kind of what we were trying to.
I also like having that separation in terms of that name, because I don't want the other senior planners to feel bad about somebody new coming in and then them expecting that they're gonna have to pull their weight helping these guys out, when really there's a clear, like if I was looking at an org chart, this one's over here and the rest of them are going over here.
I don't currently have a senior planner on staff. So I have 2 assistant and 1 associate planner.
Okay.
Got you.
Okay.
So you get that already.
That's helps too, but sooner or later, hopefully they will graduate to that. So I don't know, we'll do what you need to do.
Should we talk some more?
Yeah.
I'm fine with, are you okay? I'm fine with eliminating the box if that's the recommendation too, because I'd rather the org charts reflect what we're actually doing.
And that box was made for an individual.
It was, that box was for a specific project, a specific individual, and they're not there now, that project. The project's not done.
The new person's gonna see
And the box is still there.
Yeah, the box is still there.
Still a short line.
If the box is for a project, and this new person's gonna do that project.
Let's just do it. I think I'm going to talk some more.
She would like to confer some more before we get verbal approval.
Okay.
It's
like you're conferring with counsel.
Your client. Yeah, my client would like more time to confer.
My client would like a little more time.
We're here for another 15 minutes.
Yes.
That's all.
I think my client will bring her counsel next time.
Yeah.
That's the conferring she wants to do, is I'm
Yes.
fired.
I word it however you want to word it. To get
Basically,
the
whatever
employee
you
that
need,
to hire.
I'm in favor of.
Here's the pen, I'm ready to sign it, whatever, yeah.
I will talk with Rob some more and then I will also for your consideration.
But if we address, if we come back with the senior planner / long range special projects, if we address the issue of the special projects versus the day-to-day? I mean, have we addressed that concern of the commission?
Yeah, I'm fine.
They're
You're,
separate.
you're happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, this person's gonna be working a lot more remotely. They're gonna be moving around a lot more as I see it. If we're gonna go through comprehensive plan, they're gonna have a completely different skill set than a regular planner. I don't even care. I mean, if you kind of bring in somebody with that kind of skill set, they probably aren't gonna wanna live in Goldendale. And so we're gonna have to probably be a little bit flexible where they wanna live.
We will talk about the compensation. I mean, if we need to come back and run it, if we need to come back and request that you run it through the conference.
Being honest.
Just being honest.
One thing we could also do is we'll talk about whether we feel like we need to come back and request it go through classification committee to see if it needs to be at a grade higher than the 71, or if it scores higher than the 71, you know, before we go ahead and post it and do all that. But we'll talk about that as well, and we could come back and ask for that later if we needed to, if that was okay. If in fact we come back.
How does that, if, I guess you would, I guess if you posted it at, you know, a certain pay rate, if somebody was highly qualified for this but didn't like that pay rate, you'd never hear from them. But if you had it at the right pay rate to accommodate them, then you would hear from them. So I guess.
Yeah, senior planner's at 71 now, but we haven't had one for a while. So, you know, so again, like the market survey, we haven't checked the market to see. I did kind of just glanced at 4 or 5 other counties, and we look competitive at the 71, but and we want to have the ability to post it at 1 through 5. And then, as Commissioner Sauter used to say, if we find a unicorn, come back and ask for
Right,
that,
right,
and
right.
ask for some more consideration.
I'm still waiting.
I'm still waiting for the unicorn. Find one.
$35.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Never seen that, Jimmy.
Where are you going?
I am here to listen to you.
Oh.
Oh, she didn't even want to sit there.
Yeah, I'll
Get out of the building. Too much pressure.
She prefers the Zoom to come back to the computer.
Okay. Did that. Yeah, ordinance for review and consideration regarding adopting a moratorium on commercial/industrial solar project subject to the conditional use permit process, providing for a public hearing and providing that the moratorium, unless extended, shall sunset within 6 months of the effective date of adoption. And we do have a draft that planning.
I have a question about the word within. Sunset within 6 months. I assume it's going to sunset on the 6-month date if we don't extend it or cancel it before that.
It would well, and please correct me.
Or if we don't.
If we don't have a hearing on the 60th day, it sunsets if we don't have a hearing. If we have a hearing within the 60 days, then it could go 6 months. If we don't do anything and take some action.
That's what that within is because of the hearing. I got it.
Right. But we could rescind, or we could sunset it, rescind it, whatever, at any point
in between,
before a public hearing, after the public hearing, before the 6 months. So it's not required to go 6 months. It could be less.
But it does say the moratorium established hereby shall terminate 6 months from the date of enactment of this. And then that gives us the ability to do what before there.
Yeah, if we come up to our decision before then, there's no reason to carry it out 6 months.
Right.
Yeah, I read it already.
I did.
And so the way that this is written, I want to be sure that our hearing within 60 days, well, I guess I might be reading that wrong. The county, it says the county finds an emergency exists within the county. And so your hearing, you have to, within 60 days, prove that an emergency exists.
Right. That's the opportunity that's the purpose, as I see it, that is the purpose, because we're basically suspending the rules. We have 60 days to ask the public and make a determination, is that suspension warranted, not warranted?
Right.
And so that's the public's opportunity. And in this specific case, we're going to get folks that come in and say, yeah, it is absolutely, and you need to do a certain period of time to do ordinances or do whatever. We likely will get other folks that say, no, we think the current stuff is adequate and it should sunset immediately and, or something in between.
I do have a question on the hearing. I understand most of our hearings are, 1:30 here in chambers, and I would hope that this one, being a big enough one, would be an evening somewhere at the Grange or something, and not just a 1:30 during business hours when a lot of people work. So I would recommend that we hold at least one night hearing. I don't know that we need to go to the west side over to White Salmon unless they feel like they need one, since this is really an east side issue, but I'm open.
Yeah, I would say we have historically on large controversial issues, we would likely give people an opportunity at our normal, hearing time during the day, but we would also give an opportunity, we would have one in the evening. I think there's a case to be made to not have a West End one as well, because it, especially if, and I would anticipate that we would have this in person and also virtually, and so it kind of eliminates the, if you want to come and present in person, you are going to have to drive to Goldendale, but you have an option open to you that doesn't require that. But I guess I would defer to Commissioner Anderson if he feels like the West End should have an opportunity to have a say in person.
I've been thinking about this, and in my personal belief is that the most open that we've seen that people show is we have the hearing during the day in the commissioner's office, and it's via Zoom and it's via in person. And then we continue it to 7 o'clock that evening via Zoom and in person here in the commissioner's office. So the people who couldn't get out of work could come in the evening. The people that could come during the day, they came during the day. But I mean, I think we're going to see is that most people from now on are going to be using Zoom to give their public testimony. You see, Jessica could have came up to visit us today, but she still gave her update, and it worked because then she can also do her, PowerPoint and everything else. We're in a different world, but this way it would give people that got off of work who still want to be involved. They can either come here to the commissioner's office or they can be on Zoom. But if we do it over at the Grange, now we've got to worry about the equipment and all of that stuff. And
Plus, I think
I agree with that, but I think we could be having, because there is a lot of people in this side of the county that does not have Zoom or Zoom competence or any of that. So when it comes to something like this, yes, they're going to need to show up in person. Or write a letter or whatever, and I'm fine with that. The problem I have of it in the commissioner's room that we're going to have to figure out an answer to is size. Is if this turns out to be a 200 people showing up, you're going to have some problems in this room and in that hallway. How are you cycling them in for comment? The rest of the people necessarily won't be able to hear comment unless you put out some mic or something in the hallway. For them to know what's going on about comments that are already made. We've never had a hearing like that. It could make it interesting. If the people in the hallway can't really hear what other people are testifying about, they're going to scream about transparency. It's not true, but it's going to be there. So that's the only issue I see. You might have to run into scheduling blocks of people for blocks of time. If you want to testify between whatever 6:30 and 7 or whatever, either that or we're gonna have a line. I mean, maybe we don't, maybe nobody shows up, but I'd like to prepare for the worst.
Well, I think we saw that the Cease Group is holding their own thing over at the Grange, and based on the attendance on that, we can figure it out. I will say though that if you don't have the Zoom option, well, now then you can get that from my side, at least with what I was proposing is, yeah, sure, you might have a line of people out the hallway and back down the other side at every 6 feet, but they still have the ability to give their public comment in here in person, and the people online can still do it as well.
And your answer is, or your option is good because it does allow the Zoom and it does allow the recording option for people that want to see it later, where, yeah, we can throw together some Zoom at the Grange, but we may not have the recording, the mics, the everything for people to watch later. So there is a balance.
You might not have internet connection either.
Right.
Yeah, I favor having it here and having it the same day. You have the afternoon session for folks that can get off or.
What's the normal time frame of comment period for that? I mean, obviously citizen comment, they get 7 minutes. If everybody takes their 7 minutes for that, you can be here till 3 in the morning.
Right, we typically.
It's a hearing. Hearing's different than citizen
Right.
comment. Citizen comment.
That's
is
what I'm
7
saying. So it's like 3
Hearing
minutes or
is
something.
three minutes.
Yeah.
And that's the whole reason why if it takes more than 3 minutes, you can also provide a piece of paper written testimony, which a lot of people just show up and read it.
Right.
So yeah, typically it's, the hearing, it's, I mean, we have discretion, but it's typically set at 3 minutes just because of usually the volume of people. If there's fewer people, I mean, we've had that where we've set it for 3 and then we're like, oh, there's only 4 people signed up to speak. You want 5 or you get 2 sets, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
Well, that's,
but I think 3 is usually, you can say what you need to say in 3 minutes.
3 minutes, right?
You can.
I would say I would recommend us starting before 7 o'clock.
Yeah, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, we generally, we've started at 6 o'clock. And that way folks that are off earlier can start then and we'll stay. One thing we do need to be careful, we ran into this years ago, is don't say between 6 and 8.
Set an end date.
No, because if you get done, you have to stay open till the clock strikes, because then someone can say, hey, because we had that circumstance where nobody came, and so it was 6:15 and we're like, well, we're done, and then somebody showed up at 7 and the hearing was over, and they argued that they should have been allowed, as we said.
Yeah, they argued correctly though.
Yeah. So we haven't made that mistake since.
I know, I already figured that one out.
And then, so what we'll have to do is, this is going to be a good test. That if you're on Zoom and you want to speak, you have to raise your hand. And then there's also the button, the number pads to raise your hand on Zoom too. So you can raise your hand with the phone. So then that way we can have somebody saying, this person's next, this person's next. And then go back and forth. Next person here, next person on the phone.
Right. Yeah, we'll have to work out the logistics of that to make sure that we're doing it fairly and everybody gets their turn. Okay, when, we must do it within 60 days. I'm kind of curious from staff, do you have any thoughts as far as, shorter, obviously not longer than 60, but I was thinking more like 30, within, I don't want to be too soon because I want to have an opportunity to get the word out, advertise different stuff. But I also don't necessarily want to, I would rather get some closure as far as on what are we doing?
And not only that, I don't want to push it out 60 and then have a COVID lockdown in 45. And then we have issues with not everybody getting to participate. So I would push more to the 30 than the 60.
Jake, any?
Mochi can pick her day.
Maybe I can coordinate with Lee and
Right.
pick a day.
We just gotta be here.
We just got to be here.
First week in April.
That's a little soon. We can't make our noticing requirements. So, and then I guess that would be another thing that we need to talk about. We obviously have legal requirements as far as noticing, but I would propose that we want to exceed which is just basically public notices, which we have to do and will do. but this newfound or new capability of social media and whatnot that we need to get the.
Well, that's kind of why I was asking Rob, when are we gonna get that rolling so we can actually use it for notices? So, and it sounds like very soon, so.
So you guys will figure that, you know, especially if we're out 30 days, we'll have time to figure that out.
Right.
Let's, I would just say, shoot for between May 17th and May 28th. So you're out there. You've got the month of April. Yeah.
When do I go to Spokane?
Yeah,
That's the
you've
first
got-
part of May.
You've got May 4th, 5th, and 6th, and 7th. So, let's have about May 10th through May 20th.
Okay.
Somewhere in there.
That's essentially like 6 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Back my calendar up.
I'm just looking, and we'll probably do it on Tuesday, so it's the 11th or the 18th.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with either of those.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Look at our
with it.
calendars, to make sure we don't have like big, super heavy duty lifts already on,
No, that's,
on one or the other.
Unless,
if that's the Tuesday,
4th,
it's
would
the
you want to
regular.
do it before you leave on the 4th?
I could, that way when the angry mob comes after me, I can.
You're gone.
I'm gone, I went to Spokane.
All right, 4th or the 11th then.
They can pull, you know, the
Well, you
feathers and tar off of me.
I would suggest not doing it on the 4th, just because you have Lyle Community Council and Bidgen City Council on that same night. And you might have people that have to partake in that might want to comment here. Where if you look at the Tuesday, the 11th,
The 11th, there's
you're
no
looking at a
conflict.
SARS meeting and a Water Conservancy Board.
Those people might want
Right.
to.
So the problem with the 11th is Water Conservancy Board meeting.
In this room.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I think.
And I would say, given enough time, like if we maybe if we're talking the 4th, send a notice to the community council, Bingen City Council, they're not gonna be able to do anything, but the community, I know Lyle has moved their meetings. If there's something going on at the county. that they
Except
wanna
neither one of
participate.
those are people that are gonna end up with solar panels in their backyard.
Not
so
like
they
me.
don't care, but so,
You can't I just set the.
right,
Do your best.
fair warning. So we're thinking May 4th.
May 4th.
Yeah. That's.
Then 6.
Okay. So with that said, any more, I mean, we do have to take action on the resolution.
It's an
Ordinance, sorry. That's why I'm trying to find it. So I'm not missing.
You do have it in the regular agenda file
Oh.
too.
Well,
That's
actual
easier.
paper. Yes, I do. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's the ordinance. I did read it. So the only thing, I just want to be absolutely sure you drafted this, that the language is not, if the board chose to, like the 6 months can be terminated early if there was a reason. This does not mean we couldn't, it says it will sunset, but it
We
can.
don't have any other action from the board.
If we're not gonna.
So if we took an action, so there's nothing that prohibits an action, but if we don't take any action, it just sunsets on its own. Okay. I just didn't want to get stuck where maybe we want to do something. We're like, oh, we can't, we gotta let the clock run out first before. I didn't think so, but
It sounds like a government thing, so good question.
yeah. Okay. Well, if folks are ready, I would entertain a motion to adopt the ordinance.
I would make a motion that we adopt the ordinance for the moratorium on the industrial scale solar projects that are subject to conditional use permit process.
You want me to second it? I will. Okay, I will step down and second that motion. We have a motion and a second on the moratorium discussion.
I just want to reiterate that if one of these solar companies decide to go through the FSEC process, I am on record saying we made a mistake.
Okay. Duly noted.
In that time.
Duly noted.
And I will also say that in here, the word is an emergency, and I don't feel that this rises to the level of what I would constitute an emergency.
Any other discussion? Okay, hearing no other discussion, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed nay,
Aye.
or nay.
Nay.
I threw you a curve there. Motion passes by majority. Okay. All right, well, this should be fine.
We were ahead of schedule a while ago.
Yeah.
Now we're half hour behind.
So, Ms. Quinn, yes. Thanks, Mochi.
She brought papers and computers and everything this time.
She's coming back.
Yeah, we have a sort of regular update.
I apologize.
Well, she wanted to see how it went this morning. Oh, no.
Oh, no, she's gonna talk.
Is she coming back? Is that what she said?
I'm coming back. What you were saying about?
She might have ran over to Rob's to get their check.
All my statistics on my computer, so. I think it should be pretty brief. It's actually been a more quiet month. We've had 7 cases this month compared to 42 last month, and actually last March we had 9 cases, so we're even better than we were a year ago. So it's been really encouraging. So we're sitting right at 748 cases. I just checked my email. I didn't see anything new, so that's the most up to date information. We only have 2 active cases right now. We still have the 9 deaths in the county, and that's as of this morning, the numbers. So we're in phase 3, which I'm super excited about. Those are metrics they're going to reevaluate on the 12th of April, so that's coming up. But if we are maintaining our numbers as we are now, then that won't be an issue. We'll stay in the phase 3, and kind of those extra freedoms were afforded that way with
What is
a lot
the weeks? So once they say you're in, you're good for like 2 weeks before they
Yeah.
readjust?
Yeah. No, it's a month now, isn't it?
Is it a month now?
Yeah, because they're doing it's 12 April, and when did we go into phase 3 was March, 2 weeks ago, 22nd, I believe. So, and that's for the new COVID cases over the last 14 days and the hospitalization rate. So, and then the ICU rate of the state overall. So, but all of those things right now are continuing to be really encouraging. We are seeing in a lot of other states, there's a lot of cases that are increasing. There's concerns about a 4th wave. So making sure that people, even after they've been vaccinated, our guidance is to continue wearing a mask. Even vaccinated, you can still carry and transmit COVID to other people. In addition to, you can still get COVID. So there have been breakthrough cases in the state. So it's something definitely worth noting. Our department personally has given over 2,500 of the COVID vaccines to date. As a county, we've given over 11,000. I think there's 4,900 people that are fully vaccinated in this county. So made a lot of progress. I think currently we're in phase 1B tier 2, and that's agriculture, food workers, high risk people, anyone over 65 and older, multi-generational household. The next phase of vaccination is supposed to start the 31st of March. It's already defined on the website, but I feel very strongly that they're going to change A, the guidance, and B, the date. So we're looking at a wider eligibility. I'm not entirely sure what that will look like, so I don't want to speak to that. But I think more people will be eligible starting as soon as the 16th of April. So
Are we having issues with more vaccine than arms?
no, not at the moment, but we have seen less interest, I would say. So we're not filling up appointments as fast as we were at one time. We don't have huge waiting lists. So I think that the people that really want the vaccine are getting it. There's places like you can go to Yakima now they have the FEMA site they just set up. So, anyone can show up there as a Washington resident. So people have gone to the mass vaccination clinics, and then KVH and Skyline and North Shore, and then us have been doing the vaccine. So I think we're making it through We're still getting pretty small allocations of vaccine. So we're able to kind of use from week to week what we've received. So I think it's going to be another, so even though the state is saying they're going to open up to wider eligibility, I think we're still going to have a little bit of a supply issue.
So with 4,900 people fully vaccinated and with the people who have went through the tiers, do we have the number yet of what percentage of our population 65 and over have been vaccinated? And can we do that? Can we run that?
I actually looked for that this morning because you'd asked me that last time, and I don't know how to pull that data. I could pull that data for what my department specifically has vaccinated, but there's not an over, I don't know how to pull it for the entire county. And look on the DOH website and they don't have it. They have it by race. They have it by 65 and older for the state, but they haven't dialed that down to the county level
Do
yet.
you know what the state percentage is?
I have it right here, yes.
So they have it. If they have it for the
50,
state. they
yeah. Yeah, I just don't know how to get the county specific. And that's what I kind of looked around for, but I don't know how to pull it just for the county. So for the state, the people, 72% of those age 65 and older have initiated the vaccine. So they've had at least one vaccine. 53% are fully vaccinated in the 65 and older category. So,
So 72, at least one dose.
Yep. And
56 done.
53 done.
53
Yeah. So, and that's on the DOH webpage, and I just keep on their data dashboard. I pulled the vaccine information from there because they're getting all of the.
How up to
congregate
date is
data.
their data?
This was as of the 27th.
Oh,
So their data is as good as the data entry in the county. So as
Okay.
long as everybody's getting their paperwork put in at the end of the day, that's up to date. I know we're slightly behind, not enough to make impacts in percentages, but on any given day, we don't finish all of our data entry at the end of the day because it's tedious. But we do have some software coming hopefully within the next week that's going to automate all that. And then our data will be like up to date all the time.
But 7 out of 10 in the state, that's higher number than I thought we're
Yeah,
gonna get.
yeah, but I don't think you're gonna get 7 out of 10 in the county.
And for 65 and over.
And that was our biggest group of interest. And I think as that group has gotten done, I think we're going to kind of see less interest moving forward. So people are definitely still calling for appointments. There's still interest, but the people that want it, with the guidance from the president to open everything up by the 1st of May. Honestly, I think the bulk of our vaccination campaign will be done in the next month or so. I think the next month's going to be stressful. And then I'm hoping for a little bit of a, at least with the vaccines, a little bit of a drawback on our overall vaccine response. Just because I don't think that we'll have the interest and we will have, and the percentages that we've completed.
I just kind of also wonder right about then if they start adding booster shots for all the variants and keep you busy after that, but.
With no actual data to support my opinion on this, I feel that we'll probably be doing boosters in the fall. It's not an official statement. I just see that
It
kind
makes
of come,
sense, I
I'm
guess.
preparing for
Yeah,
that.
It makes sense to do it in the fall when you could see
Do
another
you
big
see it
spike.
being ran as much like the flu vaccine clinic and being ran alongside it versus the way we're doing this?
No, so that's going to be yes and no. We'd probably run it as we've just been running our clinics now. With the vaccine we have now, you can't have had any vaccines within 2 weeks, so you can't do, as of now, to guidance it. So I couldn't have you come in and get a flu and a COVID shot at the same time. And if you came in and got a flu shot, then you'd have to wait 2 more weeks to get your COVID shots. Yeah. So there's definitely some challenges. So without any evidence, we're preparing for what that will look like so that we're ready. And hopefully that's not something we have to execute on, but just being prepared.
Are we still part of the determination for you moving through your phases? I see we still have the trailers.
We have one.
We're down to one trailer.
One trailer.
Okay.
And no tenants, which I'm very excited about.
How long was it since we last had tenants?
6 days.
Oh,
But the previous tenant had been there for a while.
So it was an eviction problem.
Sort of, but not really.
how long were they there?
3 months.
3 months.
Did you put them to work out at the fairgrounds, cleaning stuff up too?
Good luck, you're the landlord now.
Yeah, that was a good part of my job, but
I
anyway.
never thought about that, but it makes total sense that that would be a problem.
Yeah, so
Wintertime,
we
good
had,
place to stay.
challenges with that twice, but we only have one trailer now, so we're gonna stick with that. That contract will end at the end of June. We've only had 7 people use it. Most people don't want that service. So, I will.
Is that
not renew that.
mandated that we have that, or is that just something?
It's mandated that we have a
Something.
plan. And so, I have a backup plan if that trailer, once the trailer goes away, then and that's a service to utilize a hotel.
Oh, a hotel? Do you have a willing hotel now?
I do, yep.
Oh, great.
So, we'll use anyway, it's not in this county, so I don't know how that goes.
The hotel's not in the county?
No, we couldn't get a hotel in this county to support.
Could
We
you
went across
try
the river.
with a short-term rental or something, or a vacation rental?
They're not legal.
We asked and nobody wanted to support. I literally got the one entity that is willing to do that in this area. And
Really?
North Central Tribe, where across the river, and Hood River County use them as well.
Use the same hotel? Where's it at?
The Dells.
Oh.
It's the only place that will take that, so I'm sure they advertise their name, but they've been
But do
You
you,
say I probably know them.
do you pay for it every month or only when you use it?
if I need it, as
Okay,
needed.
that's
So,
great.
Yep, it's a good deal, so.
Perfect. And it'll save us a lot of money per
A
month.
lot of money. So the last trailer went left today, or not the last trailer, second to last trailer is leaving today. And then we'll just probably maintain one through the end of April and then send that one out as well. just so it's
Do you
on.
know off the top of your head, I don't want to know, but what the cost for the the whole program, because we got a grant, I mean, they gave us the
We
money.
did.
And I-
Trailers were paid for.
Was it 100% grant?
It was, well, it was, but I
Yes.
think that we probably, I don't have it right in front of me, so I don't want to get too specific about it, but I think it was $238,000, I believe, grant. I kind of think that ran out of money like in the last month or so. But we have additional COVID grants that cover those wraparound services, so.
We probably should just bought a house and use that, and we could have sold it.
Yes, but I think there was
And the
like.
trailers-
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, that would have
We sent it
been
off.
so much
We could
easier, so, anyway. So that's where we're at with that. We are working with Swatch. Originally, we had a contract with them in October to do, we were gonna hire a person to work in the schools to connect students and families with services. That's actually morphed into, we're gonna subcontract with Skyline Hospital, and they're gonna supply a behavioral health specialist within the schools themselves, so they'll be able to actually see the students. So rather than hooking them with services here and there, they'll actually have the service in the school. Been working with the schools. They've been doing some surveys that they're required to do, and the mental health results that they're getting back as far as questions about anxiety and depression are heartbreaking at best. I mean, they would be bad, but they were much worse than I even thought they would be. So connecting those people with behavioral health, I think, is going to be a really good project. So we're working on that. We had a part-time nurse that worked weekends. We've hired her to fill our full-time nurse position. We had a nurse that left last month, I think. So that position's been filled. She's actually finishing nursing school right now, so she'll start full-time in June. And then I think we have that. So we're still continuing to do our services. We have WIC, family planning. All the nursing staff have been focusing mostly on COVID. So we still have our maternity support clients, and those are still being served as well. Environmental health. They've been really busy. They have 21 more total permits processed this year than last year, the same time frame. All the time frames recorded are January to March. Site evals are up 25 from last year. The water lab is trending up this year as well. So everybody just continues to be really, really busy. Yeah.
Look at these numbers with total site evaluations for Klickitat, 55 new. In Skamania County, it's half the population of us, and they only have 5. That is huge discrepancy between what you would expect. Yeah.
Otherwise, next week is National Public Health Week, so we're working on some employee appreciation stuff for my staff so that they feel a little appreciated. So I have some thank you cards if I drop by, if you would just all could sign them. That'd be great. Otherwise, pending your questions, that's everything I had for today.
I gotta finish reading your stuff here.
Is our on-site evals, is it running about double last year's? This time?
58 last year. It's 25 more than we had last year, so yeah, it's about double.
The other surprising thing is that Goldendale and White Salmon are darn near the same.
Neck and neck, yeah.
When people think White Salmon's growing so fast, well,
Yeah. Any questions for Aaron?
No.
doesn't include the cities. No, not yet. That's only septic, right?
All right,
thank you.
See you next time.
See you later. Aaron,
Go ahead.
can you email this to me?
I can.
Thanks.
I'm not a trainer.
I was just letting
Well,
you
those
be.
would be your guys to come back.
No, I leave everything in my email and then I can just go click and bring it up. And then I can bring up the last one and the last one. Not taking-
Okay, there's times like that that I wish I had things like that.
You can have all my paper.
Yeah, okay.
You emailed this, huh?
I did not, no.
That's why.
Can I have a 3-minute break, Mr. Chairman?
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
Things start creaking, it's all different.
Okay, she's not changing his numbers.
No, it's the same. I just.
Is it the same? Okay.
It's exactly the same. I just tried to.
You highlighted it different.
I just added some
I'm like,
things. to try to
hey,
make-
these are different
Nope, nope.
yesterday.
Nope, nope. I took the advice of the group and kind of tried to make it some of the things better, so.
Okay.
And I hope it's easier to read. That was what I was trying to attempt to get to, was easier to digest.
Why did Burlington Northerns go up so much?
I don't know who they piss off at the state assessed.
And this is, so in 2021 taxes, this is total taxes paid or
Charged.
total?
Not,
tax-
this hasn't even been paid yet. This is just those
Okay,
charged.
so total taxes charged, not breaking out just the county or anything like that. That's how much they pay in total.
Yes.
Right,
Yeah.
yes. Sorry, when I come in here, I'm looking at the whole.
I know he's got it all the
differential
whole
on
thing.
it.
We're always
And-
looking
and
at
so-
our piece of
No. So yes, you're
I've
correct.
I've had this discussion with
This
them.
is-
But
Yes.
so then if a levy changes or something.
That impacts
then
these numbers.
That impacts it. So is there any way to find out what
I
they're
mean,
paying?
With time and money, I mean, we could go through and figure some of that out, and that's what we'll, trying to figure out. But that's the one thing that year over year, you have different things that are coming on and off.
Well, it
that
shouldn't
are-
be that, I mean, because like, there's not that many. Like, I could go in and pull up their, or do they get a single tax bill, like these big projects? They get a whole pages and pages?
Well, the wind is different than
like SDS has 400 parcels.
Okay, yeah, never mind.
So I mean,
I withdraw my comment.
no.
It's like, if it's me, I could just go in, pull up, and I go like, oh, county general, county road, that's this number. Oh, okay. Then I could go look the year before, the year before, the year before, and I could see that.
Correct.
But if I have 400 parcels,
Right.
that's a lot more of a
It's a
project.
real challenge to kind of compare apples and apples.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
So-
Adams Orchards pays more than.
So let's go through that first, since I've handed it out. So
Yeah.
we're gonna skip right to the handout, and I'm gonna, because otherwise nobody's gonna hear anything. Which
They're
is
not. We're gonna
like
be
trying to
listening.
post signs in your office to have people do things, and you're like, nobody knows that you're closed or not. So I will go to that. So I was asked here a couple, I actually, so let's start at how this whole thing came and why the data is presented this way. It's probably a year or two ago, I guess time flies when you're having fun, so I'd probably say two. We had a discussion about wind and different kinds of things. And so I just on a whim started to go in and try to put some numbers in play and ran the top 20 taxpayers. I am and have, for the most part, been I'm not say concerned, but that, you know, our top 20 taxpayers are significantly wind farms and such. And so I kind of went in and started to try to figure out, because you have a gut of something. And so you're like, I go through and I'm going to put all this thing in there. So I ran my list and I started putting these things in there, and I started to do some trending, which got us to the stuff on the top. So essentially what this is in the black box on the left is the taxes. And on the right is in the columns are the corresponding tax values for the corresponding year. I remember, I'm in the black box. The assessor is the one who provides the information on the right. We just share the same system. So, but I'm just putting in what the system has for those values, because I think it's relevant to see some of those pieces. So then I went in and I took these these taxpayers, or and it's by party ID. So this is something that not a lot of counties do. A lot of counties have gone away from this. We continue to use this party ID. SDS is a really good one to pick on just because they're so big. They have two party IDs. One, and if there's some kind of change, it could be under one. We're working with SDS, but they have 400. So if they sell a parcel or bring a parcel on, all those things are changing, and some of those parcels are in different TCAs. For the most part, the wind companies are in the same TCA, but some of them have multiple different bills too, because there's multiple different TCAs. So the wind is a little bit easier to try to do, but basically we went in and we added the wind, and so there's the type there. And so the type is what drives the information at the bottom. So if you go to, and I focus on the taxes. So if you go to the sum of other, it's this listing, it's $5.7 million of other entities, and there is $6.3 million of wind. And then down below the orange right there, it says total taxes billed. So in 2021, I billed out $38.4 million. And this list is the wind would be 16.44% of that amount, if I remember correctly how I put these labels on there. So, and then going back year over year. So if we use 2016 as the baseline, which is what we did, in the other taxes of those ones, they went up 10.29%, 9.72%, 3.67%. And the wind went down 16.7, 0.16, and 8.94. So over the course of the whole thing, that's what the orange line is. The orange is a accumulation of the percentage to the baseline. So since 2016, for example, wind has went down 24.3%. So this was a spreadsheet that I provided to the previous board, I think 2 years ago. Then we updated it last year. David asked for it to be updated again. There's a lot of pieces that are kind of, some of the, some of them are in the same TCA, some of them are not. So you have different pieces. You have some things that impact this. on the values, trying to compare the values to the taxes. Because if you have, let's say that a school had a levy and the levy goes off, that's going to change kind of the mix up of how everything's going to work. So this is a really moving piece. It's just was more to just try to kind of see where some of the dollars are coming from and where things are at. So, but it is, I think, a useful bit of information. And I think it kind of gives us a depiction of where we are when we look at $12 million of our, and I think the 16% at the bottom, I need to go in and look. I think that that's the 12 million. I think I've mislabeled that because I think that that's 12 million of how much of this listing is of the total taxes billed. And I think it's 16.44%.
I'm going to pull Jake and say, do you have this electronically?
I'll send it to you electronically. Yes, I actually presented this to the board. So I presented it to the finance committee last week because it again was just kind of me doing some things. And then we ended up with Dave McClure needing some stuff. So then we ended up using it as a talking point. So I really tried to bring it to the finance committee to try to put some titles on it so that it was a little easier to read and understand.
Have you kind of seen, I mean, obviously this is a trend.
Yep.
Have you seen a trend going back farther?
I haven't gone any farther.
2016, if you think there's a trend going back farther from when they first went on the hill?
Oh, I'm sure there is, and we would have to go back and we would have to look at that. The one thing is though, when we go back that far, and this is where it is, we've changed the way, I mean, there's a lot of things that have changed over the course of time. So I want to say that before 16, I want to say somewhere in the 14 range, we had went through and changed things so there's fewer parcel numbers. So it starts to get difficult trying to compare the apples and the oranges and so on and so forth. And that's the one thing with this is it's merely data. It's very interesting to look at the top revenue producers of the taxes. And it's interesting to see what's rising and what's going down and everything. And it would even be more interesting if we looked at TCAs, but it was a slice of information regarding wind.
And this is essentially property tax and personal property tax.
This is just tax. Yeah. This is when I deal with property taxes, that 38 million is all the taxes I bill, personal, real, that whole, everything under that umbrella that would come on that would be ad valorem.
So regional disposal code, that is the landfill, I'm assuming, based on the.
Yeah, and again, that's one of those where I think if you go through and look, that may not be, again, we have party numbers, so sometimes not everything is lumped together. So so one of the things on my report here in a minute is this year we're reaching out to, because we do things so digitally now, we are reaching out to, we've always tried to be an office that any one person can take care of your helping person. But we have reached out to SDS specifically because they do have so many parcels and almost treating them like a mortgage company so that we can try to give them electronic data and they can try to give us electronic data back from this like posting of their payments so that we can make sure. So we really are trying to kind of develop a relationship with them to help them to have a point of contact. And in doing that, we've found out that they have a handful of other additional parcels per se that aren't on that one number right there. But the thing is, there's 22,000 parcels that we're managing. So if somebody does or doesn't call in, we don't know. And then the thing with the regional disposal is like, that's RDC, which is still under they probably have some stuff under Republic potentially if they bought it later or different kinds of names.
I see Republic on here
too.
so
Right.
It's kind of split out.
Yeah.
Some things are-
And but remember, I bill the taxes on who the deeded owner is. So then if they have the property under regional disposal company, because that who has the permit that's in whatever, however it is, and then they buy something else that's under Republic. So it is, again, it's just it's a point of reference, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes, data can be good or bad, but I think it is interesting to kind of see where we are in the short term. And I'm not, it's again, like you said, Mr. Christopher, is that you can, how far does it go? But how, we want to make sure we're
taking a
taking
trend, but take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, and kind of like where we are, because I think that's what we were doing is we were like trying to correlate really the values versus the the revenues that are there. Because remember that the tax dollars paid by let's take the wind for just a minute, and this is kind of why this whole thing got put in play. Because let's say that I'm gonna use Fire District 7, I'm gonna pick on them. But they have their levy amount that they're going to get, $500,000 or whatever. Their amount from the wind is gonna go down, but that's gonna be a shift because then the other people are going to pick that up. So Fire District 7 is still gonna be made whole with whatever they need in order to pick up their new construction or add their 1% on top or however they're running their district. It's more of a blend of who's paying and how the split is. And so that was really kind of the point of when we started down this was more to look at that there is a bit of a shift going on and how that's working in where it's going.
Good, thank you, because I wanted to quantify.
Yes. So again, if you guys have questions, it's a lot to take on, but I wanted to make sure everybody had a copy of it. So we did talk about it at the finance committee meeting. So I wanted to make sure I can send it out digitally. I did it again. I cleaned it up quite a bit because Dave has a copy that I've got I can be bad as I wonder what this is and this percentage. And so I kind of have tried to delete all that out and get everything so that it's presentable and it does make some sense and that the titles or the descriptions are what they're really doing. So.
And just clarification before I file this, what's in the black box is
taxes,
and what's over here
levies.
Levies.
Yep, assessments or how that comes from the assessor's office. And I did provide a copy of this to Krista also, so she has a copy as well. Okay, so that's the most exciting part. I'll now just read the others. So we are, the treasurer's office is open. Our office hours are 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. and we are closing for lunch from noon to 1. That has not, like before COVID, we were open through lunch. With the COVID and managing the cash, that's how we did it. So as we've opened, we are closed during lunch. So we probably will end up changing that eventually, but we just opened kind of the same way we've been working and we'll work on doing that. So we are open to 2 taxpayers at a time. We have 2 windows open that are socially distanced, and we have a list that you have to sign in as you come into the office to keep track of folks as who's in there. And we are encouraging all county offices and the districts to continue using our drop box that's out front. And during the COVID, we had gone to a deposit bag so that the departments or the districts would put their money into a sealable bag that had a sequential number on it. So we have been using those and that seems to be working. So we're going to continue with that as we go. Plus we won't have people in the office, so we can, if there's taxpayers that need to be served, we can do that. Finance committee from Friday. We spent a good portion with an update from Jen and Rob on kind of talking about things that of what's coming up in preparation for them. I believe Thursday for their workshop session of going through funding sources. And so we kind of really had a lot of open discussion, which I think will come through to this. So I'm not going to go into any great detail because I think that's all going to come up on Thursday and I think it'll be good. And I think we can dive into the weeds at that point in time. But that was a great amount of time was spent on that, just kind of making sure that we kind of vet things out so that they were prepared for where we were headed. We talked about the top taxpayer update, which is what I've been calling this for lack of a better term. So we did have a good discussion on that, and again, I kind of cleaned that up. I did report that I am going to be doing a supplemental budget on Fund 201 for paying back the debt, and because we're bringing some money in, so I actually have to show it as revenue in my brain. It's really going to wash out. It's going to come in and out, but we do need to have a budgeted piece. So I am working on that part of it. The other part that we did talk about was, and this is a conversation that I kind of lost track of time, to be honest. I can't believe March is headed to the moon apparently in a day or two. The short-term line of credit that we established when COVID was coming and we were doing the building and we were in a lot of uncertainty expires on April 21st. I think, or somewhere, it might be the end of April, but it's either the 21st or April 30th. We have been continuing to use that as short-term funding to bring the money in, because in order to draw our funds back from the state, we have to have a redeemed check or a redeemed warrant of some sort. So basically the warrant goes out, I think Kirby Nable's in there today. It comes back, we get it through the bank, my office makes a copy of it, we send that to the state, and they bring the money back. And so we kind of have this circle going on, which is, it's working fine. But the thing is that, and so in order to keep Fund 307 funded, but I think we need to, with that coming to an end and some of the pay estimates that were coming, I think this one's like 125 million. As we're coming to that point, we need to be able to have a way to track that. And I think having a way to do that within the county, I think we can do it. And I think at the time when we set up the Kashmir Valley Bank, we did talk about what we should do, but there was so much uncertainty a year ago. We decided that that was a good method. I believe that our method that would be good is to use the 125 fund as a short-term note, similar to what we're doing with the health department, where we have a drawdown. So basically we would get the Kirby Nagel, we would pull the $1 million from the 125, we would then put the 125 back in, or when the money comes back in, it would go over there. We would have to set up a term sheet that would have a agreed upon interest. The interest rate is going to be, the way we've done our short-term notes, it's going to be significantly less than what we would get through a bank, because the bank's going to charge us, 2%, and we do the offset to the LGIP. So it's about 15 basis points maybe by the time you come to the average. So the finance committee, we talked about it. I brought the, I kind of jotted down a term sheet kind of for discussion, ultimately to bring it to the board to confirm that that's, kind of where we were at. I think it's really the wisest or the easiest thing to kind of do what we're doing as far as the way things are going, to be able to move the money. Then when the money comes back from the local program, it would just go back into 125. And so
that's basically the way I understood it, is that we've been using Kashmir Valley Bank short-term as a cash flow.
Right.
Because we can't get reimbursed from the state until we actually spend, it's a reimbursement.
Right.
And we're like, we have all this of our own money. Why are we paying more for money where we have cash sitting over here? So why don't we just use our own money?
Right.
Which will still get the same interest.
Right.
That we're getting now.
And we're still going to have to pay interest on that from Fund 307 to Fund 125.
But we're paying the interest to ourselves.
But we're paying the interest to ourselves
Instead of
paying it to
Kashmir
somebody
Valley.
else. And I think where we are today, I mean, that's a very low, and also when we did the Kashmir Valley Bank situation, we hadn't had the long-term drawdown funding. We hadn't had the local program yet. That was in.
Right, we didn't know.
We didn't know what was going to happen. Now we have that. We just have a cash flow kind of thing. And it seems like we can take care of that in-house. I don't see that we need to go to Kashmir Valley Bank and extend this other option till November to be able to pay them fees, to initiation fees and interest and so on and so forth.
Well, I understand that part. Is the accounting part of it in our books going to be easy to understand and track in our books doing it this way now? Or is it going to make things messy, coming out of here, paying there, coming back, paying there? That's a whole other discussion, because our books are already messy as far as I'm concerned. So I'd like to make them cleaner.
And how do you?
It would be trackable.
What's that?
It's traceable.
Okay.
It's trackable. It's just, there's a couple options of doing that, and that would be that.
I mean, there would be bars numbers that would set up that would identify this money from any other money. So it would be just like with the health district. We have the line of credit for them. We have the money identified to the bars number that says this is exactly what that is. It's not like all this stuff is lumped into one bucket in 125. 125 has a bars number and in and out from every fund or to every fund. So it's very, I mean, I guess I would like to understand maybe the messy part, because
Well, it's messy from the untrained, from somebody standing out there looking at your books, looking at our books with bars, numbers.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying. Not not that it's messy to the accountant that works in this building. But in from over here, you know, you put money in this account before you pay that account out of this account. Just put it there to begin with. That's what I'm saying, messy from out there, not gotcha. I'm not accusing her or.
No, I think it's transparent. I think, you know, I mean, I guess I mean, there, and I guess that is something, I guess, in my brain, because I just look at it, I think, okay, we're going to save this money and we have it and we could, you know, go through and do that.
And then the saving money,
but no, I'm with you. I mean, that's good. But I guess, yes, it would be, the way it would be done would be, there would be a bars number for the ins and the outs in every single one of them. So there would be a bars number to identify exactly what that would be. I think it is kind of like having to do a debt service, for the debt service, doing the budget amendment for 201, because when I was doing it, I wasn't thinking, oh, well, this money's going out, but I had forgotten I needed to put in. And that's what you're saying is from the messy part, is where that money's going to come back from here and go out to pay wherever. It's going to offset itself.
Just go
right.
direct.
But and that could be me just not understanding how you guys run things.
I think a lot of it, to be honest with you, is the reimbursement situation that we get stuck in a lot of times, where you have to have canceled checks in order to get reimbursement. So, I mean, that's kind of the kicker to the whole thing, is we have to wait. We have to get, like, for Kirby, and just on the Kirby Nagel one, since it's today, we don't have the executed agreement, the signed sheet that you guys signed that has everybody's signature. So once we finally get that, then we have to get that afterwards, and then we have to wait for this $1.5 million check to get overnighted and deposited and come back and be cleared. And then we take that cleared check and send that to them, and then they're usually pretty quick about reimbursing us for the funds. So it's probably been about 2 weeks, I would say.
Is there another way where, I mean, again, I don't think it makes any difference. We could have taken money for cash flow out of 125 and just deposited it into 307, so that the money was coming in and out of 307, not because
I guess that's
kind of what I'm, yeah.
So you would have to just sort of fund it over there for cash flow, park it there. The money would just flow in and out, the reimbursement, and it's out of the 120. But then when it's all done, you'd settle up. The money would get put back into 125.
Kind of front loading it is what you're saying.
For me as an outside person, that's just a clean. I'm glad you're here to speak my mind for me.
Oh, well, perfect. I'm assuming.
From an outside perspective, to me, that's just cleaner and easier to understand.
I mean, it's all the same money.
Yeah. The thing is, what we've been doing the whole time is we've had every one of these matches to that pay estimate. Like, if the pay estimate's $1,502.32, that's the exact amount that we've done all the way through all the different pieces.
So then we get a draw from Kashmir Bank for that amount, which goes in there.
But again, that's
just how we've done it. And then we put the money back to Kashmir. We pay down the line.
I don't care how we do it. I was just.
No, I got you.
I don't care however you want to do it, as long as it just has an audit problem.
That's my thing too, and we talked with Brenda about it, and Brenda was at the finance committee meeting. But I'm going to go back and
that is a recommendation.
Brenda is the person that I think we need to talk to about the complaint. I mean, she's the person that signs the financial statements.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to make it complex, right?
She is online.
Is she? Yeah. But I will talk to Brenda, and we'll just kind of we'll double check and make sure that that's from an audit perspective, that's the best, because we want to make sure her office, if there's a better way, and we'll go back through that. So,
or least labor intensive process.
Yeah, the whole thing is somewhat labor intensive anyway, but yes, I understand what you're saying. Okay, perfect. That's good feedback. I appreciate that. I will do some more work on that then, and I will come back and we will, again, and that's good. Different. I just kind of get in this widget to here to do, but yes, I gotcha. The next meeting will be 4/9 at 9 a.m. for the finance committee meeting. So that's that's pretty much what we covered at the finance committee meeting. Tax title, a couple of updates from the treasurer's office. The tax title surplus sale was last Thursday. We had what I would consider very good participation. We did it online with the bid for assets. We had about 49, I want to say that total number was 49 participants that had registered for the auction. The way the auction worked, you had to register in advance. You didn't just get to show up. So you had to make sure they had deposits and so on and so forth. We sold 7 of the tax title properties for $163,162. We had a lot in White Salmon that went for $106,000, I think, individually. And that's great because that means and we only had 7 parcels on there. So every tax title property got off the books and went back into, and then the other thing is they had until yesterday to settle up with bid for assets. And everybody settled up. So so we're good. And then we get 1 wire back. And so this has been kind of nice of a transition. We haven't managed people. Usually these sales are an all hands on deck for my office. And we have lots of people walking around and they either have piles full of cashier's checks in their pockets or cash, one or the other. So we did eliminate some of that part of it, because we've always had to work with Bob for security and so on and so forth. So that part was kind of nice. And we did have a lot of people bidding, and we had 3 or 4 of them that went. The way it worked is at the end, there would be 5 minutes and then 3 minutes. So I think it went 5, and then 3, or some way how it ratcheted down to try to get you. I mean, you weren't just out when the time ended. It was like, and digital auctions are kind of more common, and that's how I've seen them work. So I have to be honest, for my first one, it was actually, I think it went fairly smoothly. And the fact that we got rid of all the properties was great. So
We got what you would consider fair value that we would have gotten if you would have held it your regular way.
I think so. I don't think we would have got, I think we got maybe even on some of them on the west end, maybe even better pricing.
Okay.
Did they take 10% or 12%?
10.
So the number you gave us, is that
that's our amount that we get.
So their 10% is tacked on top.
On top of that, that's paid for by the bidder. We don't get in.
We
the
don't
middle of
pay.
that. It's
They
like
pay.
credit card stuff. That all happens if you want to use the credit cards. That all is settled between the payer. The convenience fee, I guess, is settled between the payer and the.
It's a buyer fee, not a seller fee.
Yeah,
right.
So you've got 106,000 plus 10% is what that lot went for. They're right on the.
I know, right on they're right for the corner.
Yeah. So, and so anyway, so all those
But it's
sold.
White Salmon.
And then that means that the 163 will be added to the $50,000 that was for the Klickitat County piece, that for the bridge that we have, and then the $18,000 that we're working with White Salmon to settle up on the B property, or the dock road piece that we took out, that we'll finish up. So pretty from a tax. I mean, it's nice to get rid of those.
Say thank you.
It's nice to see.
Yeah.
And then the piece that was kind of a bummer that we really wanted to sell was the surplus property. So the piece that was seized for the drug investigation that was in Lyle, we had set the minimum bid, worked with the sheriff and set the minimum bid at $79,480, and we did not get a minimum bid price. So I've been working with the PA and the sheriff. I've talked to Bob this morning. We are looking at a couple of different options. We're still wanting to try to pursue that. One of the options is to advertise and have another sale on the 20th to 22nd of April. There is a lot of activity or a lot of interest in the property. Everybody just feels, in most of the emails that we got back from folks, that it's too high. And so we need to kind of figure out what our starting bid would be. And so we're doing some analysis of that and trying to figure that out. So Bob's really wanting to try to see if we can get that converted into dollars so he can put it into the investigation fund, which I don't blame him. And so we are kind of right now tentatively looking to maybe lower the price to the either half of the assessed value of the total, so half of the 80, or to what the assessed value of the actual dirt is of just the land, no improvements. Because I want to say there's about $22,000 of improvements. And so, and then the other thing that in talking to the PA, we are going to have, there was a lot of discussion about that there was other liens and there is no, I think there was some thoughts that there was PUD. We've called the PUD, there was no PUD lien. So we're going to also try to run a title report that we would do for a foreclosure. And then we would just pull the piece back from that. We'll just pay for that out of the process, but then net that out with the proceeds that we get, just so that there's a title report for it, so that if there's some confusion about that, it's already right there. We don't have that. I sent an email out to the Treasurer Association asking if anybody had had this happen, and there has been 3 or 4 other counties that did, and they were like, good luck, here's what we did. And they kind of, essentially what we're doing is reassess the price or looked at it. They were saying they didn't have as much interest in the property. I mean, we have the interest, it's just that we are in the wrong place. So they're hoping, 2 of them thought that if we get the bidding going, it may end up going
there anyway,
more than
right.
what the part was, but our jump off point was too high. So that is something to keep in mind as we go through and do surplus properties that are different than tax title or foreclosure, where we usually have a tax amount of what we're trying to get to. We want to make sure we don't price it to what we think we can get, that we maybe set it back to an 80% of that and let the market go from there. However, but so we did have some learning pieces, but that is what we're working on. So there may be more than likely a resolution to change the value of that.
And I think your title report will go a long ways, because right now running title reports is weeks out sometimes.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing, and so there might be people who would have bid, but they didn't feel secure, not knowing that
there might be a bunch of stuff on it.
And that is the one thing on this whole thing. There is a lot of secure. I mean, that is the one, everybody wants to get this stuff for next to nothing. But I mean, there is some things, and tax title is a little different because that's had a treasurer's deed on it for a while, where it's not foreclosure. So that's going to be kind of different. So yeah, I still am shocked though that it's right on the way up. I'm just really kind of still shocked that somebody didn't bid, but nonetheless, I think we'll be able to get it. But all the other pieces we did, I will say, we did a lot of things different this time, and I think some of them played off. We actually sent a lot of letters to adjacent property owners. So some of the ones, there was 2 parcels that were up. If you go past Bingen, they were up on kind of the hill up there on kind of a rock. They were kind of all by themselves. We sent letters to all those people and just were like, hey, this is going on. And 2 of the property owners were like, I want to own that. So we got them back on the tax roll. So they're not on tax title property, and they're just by adjacent, which that's a win for the county, because then we can start to get taxes collected on that. And even if it's not much, it's still more something to that. So we did that. We also did radio ads, which is something we've never done in the treasurer's office. And I do think we're probably going to do that for our April 30th collection. We will probably run some radio spots, just reminding taxpayers to pay the taxes. We had a lot of people that were like, hey, I heard it on the radio. So we either tried to get them to get to our website or somehow, get them. So we did that. And then we did run some large paper ads which we do typically, but we just added to it. So I think overall we had success. And I think if we can get rid of this parcel for Bob, I think that'll be good. And while I'm talking, shout out to the treasurer's staff, all the gals in the office up there. We have Brenda that's doing a lot of the foreclosure stuff, and Stephanie, and who's new, doing a lot of the warrants, Tanya, Nellie, and Avery. I haven't forgot anybody. But I mean, we have been crazy busy. I went to the REIT number for the month because I was kind of curious where it was. So we ended December at 183 with numbers that were there. January, we had 160. February, we dropped down to 17. In March, we're back up to 159. So
what happened in February?
I think it was just the lull. Everybody was tired. They took a little nap. It was only 28 days probably. So I think February is just kind of a little bit of a lull after the end of the year, maybe with the days of how, when you get, that's probably what was probably during the holiday season, that kind of by the time it plays through of what's kind of going wherever, I have no idea. But we are really busy with with REITs. And we are working with the title companies to do electronic REITs, so Marititle and KCTC, and we've got Marititle up and running, and that has helped quite a bit doing that. And then the last piece is kind of a little bit we talked about, like with SDS. We have reached out to some of the larger the folks with 400 parcels or such to try to figure out how we can work with them. The state is another one. It does look like DOT is trying to hone their way in on one of those legislative bills on property taxes as to they want their own little property tax thing. I know the Treasurers Association is trying to really push them out, but they want us to have to notify them and give them their own file of how that, and the Treasurers Association is like, we don't want one agency starting to dictate how the taxes are going to go, because then if that's one, then you have another and another and another. So, and then we are encouraging folks to continue to use the Dropbox and return the coupons, because we have gone to a fully automated system that scans the coupon and scans your check, takes a copy of both of them, and then we do the deposit the check electronically. So the more data we can get back, just like everybody in this day and age of data, the more pieces that we can put through the process more seamlessly and process more information with fewer, people having to manually key it and fewer mistakes. So that's all I have.
Questions for the treasurer?
That's all.
That is all.
That's enough.
Yes, it is.
All right.
I was not dropping gold bars, by the way.
Oh, okay. Oh, you were listening. All right. We were wondering.
I swear they're all seeing if we're talking about.
Actually, I just gotten on and I was like, oh gosh, I'm like, gold bars. We don't even have.
No, we heard all this racket going on. And we were like, gosh.
Wasn't us. Wasn't us.
Yeah, safe was gonna fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No gold bars.
All right.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and pay the bills. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the accounts payable warrant in the amount of $1,189,225.77, and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $1,046,184.28 for the date ending March 29th, 2021.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Pay the bills. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. So we have to do the pay estimate number 11. So I don't miss it. I think Kirby Nagelhout would like to get paid. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve pay estimate number 11 to Kirby Nagelhout Construction Company in the amount of $1,001,008.59, including retainage in the amount of $47,723.52, and including 7.5% sales tax in the amount of $75,075.64 for a payment amount of $1,028,360.71 for the county services building project contract number C03120.
Second.
Second the motion.
Got a motion and a second to pay Kirby Nagelhout. Any discussion on that one? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Consent.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the consent agenda with all 20 items.
Second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the consent. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Mr. Prosecuting Attorney, did you have anything, is he on there? There we are. Good afternoon, Mr. Cannell.
Good afternoon. I don't have anything. I'll be happy to take any questions or anything though.
Any questions for the prosecutor at this time?
Just wanted to note that we got the prosecutor's opinion on that dog ordinance stuff. And I don't know if we want to have a conversation about that, where we want to go. You guys read that?
I haven't read it yet.
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
We can push that off till next week.
Okay.
Is that in the shared drive somewhere?
It was emailed to you. We'll double check.
Okay. Nope, I think we're good. Mr. Prosecutor, for now.
And please thank Rebecca and yourself for getting that done so quick.
Sure. I did get a PA request today regarding firearms regulation. The answer is pretty quick, that the state has preempted any regulation or any ability of any county or city to enact any regulation affecting the regulation of firearms. I mean, it's a specific preemption. You can't pass any ordinances that are more restrictive or looser than the state law.
So you're saying that we're not allowed to adopt that resolution?
I mean, you can as political theater, but for legally enforceable action, no.
That's all it would be it's, I can't explain it any better than Mr. Cornell could, but it's political theater. It sounds good on paper, but it's not enforceable by law.
Okay.
Doesn't mean we don't necessarily want to do it, but
do you want to have a conversation about that?
And you can always enact something equivalent to a statement of principles of encouraging certain things, but to actually prohibit the enforcement of state law, you cannot do that.
So we wouldn't be allowed to enact it because that would be illegal, correct? Because we would be directing the sheriff's department to illegally not enforce state law.
What the draft that I saw would run afoul of the preemption because it would direct no resources being spent on enforcement of state law. Not only for the sheriffs, but my office. Under the wording of the proposition, I cannot enforce the unlawful possession of firearm. There are numerous crimes that I would technically, I guess, not be allowed to expend funds on. So the proposed language or anything that has any enforcement power would not survive challenge.
Dan, how do you feel? What do you feel like doing? Do you like playing the political theater?
good question. Question I would think I need to think about. I mean, you know me, my constitution and my gun rights, but that's, I mean, whether people like it or not, that's all it is, political theater, and it's beating the drum. It isn't. But around here, they tend to like that too, so.
Well, I would suggest, due to the lateness of the hour,
right, not today.
I would defer. It's like,
I don't want to do these out of order, so you have to hand that one to Jake to sign off again. Second page.
okay, thank you, Mr. Canal. Board pending. I see Mochi is here, which I'm glad. I asked to have this put on. It was brought to my attention last week. What I would consider to be an error as far as in the zoning down in the Wishram area. I don't know if we sent the map out.
Yeah, you missed one somewhere. Was
You just signed down below. You didn't sign above your name like you're supposed to. Your turn.
Your turn. There you go. Yeah, go ahead, Mochi.
We'll blame it on the lateness of the hour.
Right.
you were sidetracking me with gun stuff.
Yeah.
Bought a new one yesterday, pretty cool.
So I hope all of you have a copy of the map. And so the areas that I kind of have all the call out with landowners' name and information, that actually went through a short plan in the 90s. And at that
Yeah, I don't
time-
know how.
Right, because the zoning has always been open space, because we check all the other maps. But I looked through the application at that time, the planning department processed that as if the zoning was rural center, which makes sense because it coincides with the urban area for the scenic area. And that was just when the gorge
Was
scenic
being-
area was
right,
just
being done. It was
adopted.
first newly minted.
Right. And so we did have conversation with one of the landowners here, and they have some concern about, what happened to their property, how they can went through a short plat, and now if they want to further divide the property, have some development, now they're not allowed to do so. And because that was an error on the planning department's part that didn't process it properly, I mean, the short plat is still valid from our perspective because it was signed off, you went through the proper review process. And so as a way to correct this situation and make it better comply with the existing rules and regulations, including the scenic area, the urban area boundary, which is the dotted line on the map, we could possibly sponsor for a zone change. We do not require to do a comprehensive plan amendment because it's allowed to change from open space to rural center to just make it ratify the situation, I guess.
So you're saying that we can do a zone change without going through the full process?
We need to go through the process, but instead of a landowner, individual landowner, to approach the planning department, we can sponsor one.
We can initiate it.
As an applicant.
Legislatively versus the quasi judicial or the zone change, right?
It's always legislative because we're going to ultimately change the map, the zoning map, so it's a legislative action. But instead of the individual landowner as the applicant, the planning department can be the applicant. And then we can change essentially all the parcels within this short plat 9005 and align with the property lines because it's easier to manage for the zoning.
Is there any way we can just do, because right now it shows that we have it zoned outside the bounds into the National Scenic Area. It goes north there on that next property. And then on that south side, it splits that other piece in half. I think that's a Nate Kaiser piece. Is there a way we can just make it rural center within what we have jurisdiction of and fix that whole thing?
We could, but then we would then create a split zoning parcel that may be
On the south
on the
side.
south side and the
Well, it
north
already
side.
is.
Huh?
It already is.
Yes, but we just make it a bigger area with more non-conforming issues. So we certainly can do that. Planning department's recommendation is always rezone within a parcel boundary, not to create any split zoning parcel. And I don't know how that happened in the past.
So clarification, this was our error that we're trying to fix now.
It would appear.
Yeah.
We're not really sure. I mean, it should have been
handled differently, but wasn't.
Well, it should have been caught back in 90 if it was not. So the open space, I don't know how the county's urban area for Wish Ramp laid over the top of what the scenic area, urban area. So I don't really know if at the time when the scenic area came in, that our zoning rural center open space was where we considered the urban area.
Line set yet. Right?
No, right. And so I don't know that. But we obviously thought our rural center line was their rural center line in 1990 because we treated that stuff that's in open space as if it was in rural center. Because otherwise we couldn't have done the short plat in 1990. And so my argument, I don't really care about that as far, I mean, I think it's relevant. I think there was a mistake made back in 1990. I'm also interested in though, that I think any land that we have that's in the scenic area urban growth boundary should not be an open space. We have so little developable land. It doesn't make sense to me. It should be in rural center. I am curious about moving our line down to the scenic area line, because that's, with what I said, we should basically preserve everything inside the urban area for the highest density we possibly can. It will split that parcel,
It already does.
but it already does. So
So here is Because we can, lower it to this, but this parcel area is open space and I think it's a separate parcel.
That little bit below that line.
Right.
It goes down towards the house or whatever that is, the barn. Oh, I guess there's the house. It would encompass a house right there. Right here. There.
That, is there a house
So
on
there's
that?
a house right here.
No.
And that's Otis's, so that's even different. So this is a different landowner than this.
Than that one. Oh. I mean, I guess we could start with, because I'm not sure, I can't see on the map as far as I'm assuming that our rural center line continues across,
straight
above
across.
that. So we're still leaving that little strip along the south that's inside the urban area that we haven't zoned open space, which seems.
We can show it. I'm here asking for your direction, like, how would you like to see the proposal be?
I don't know. I mean, I go back to kind of my policy statement is I don't think we should have open space in the urban area, but if it's gonna cause a bunch of trouble with split zoning, having a little strip along the north end of somebody's property, that's, of course, if that was mine, I would be totally fine with split zoning.
But if it's, so I guess the difference is it may be one parcel, but we don't have control over the rest of it because it's in the courthouse
No.
scenic area. So if we just follow this line and fill that in with blue, we're at least good for us.
Us, right, we would be. That's the simplest as far as it's consistent with our point of view. They're still gonna have to deal with, like those split parcels. They may or may not have to deal with the scenic area if they want, as long as they're working inside our blue line, if we're sure of where that line is, then they can still do that.
They can do a boundary line adjustment or something.
Or create a parcel line right on that line, that blue line if they wanted to. So I would be supportive of just anything that's inside the urban area, making it all blue.
Okay.
But I'm open, I mean, again, I don't want to cause a bunch of trouble.
That's my job.
I know it's late in the day for you to, you're falling down on causing trouble. Is that, I mean, do we have consensus on that? Is that?
Well, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay. Can I have one more?
Sure.
Okay, so, in terms of planning department staffing,
Oh, you went and had your little consult, come
Yes.
back with the,
yes, and
you looked in your crystal ball and.
because we don't have one.
Well, that's what they tell us.
And we are trying to see what kind of candidate that we can get and try to avoid this position, this long-range planning position will get to what development review because they are really separate, skill sets and all that. So I want to check to see if this is a path that you want me to do more investigation on is perhaps we can replace the project coordinator, which is a vacant position right now, and turn that into a long-range planner. But we will have that as an assistant associate and senior planner, and then we will advertise as such to see what kind of candidate we get, because we can certainly hire that as a senior planner if we have this great candidate. If not, any help is better than no help. And we can certainly, train in-house, and then they will have a career path for them to move towards to become a senior planner.
Are you sure some help's better than no help?
I don't know.
You don't have time for training though, right? We want somebody that can come in and go to work.
I don't believe I can hire anyone that without training. Everyone has to
Well,
learn the
that's some,
Klickitat.
right.
So I still have to spend some time. It depends on what kind of time. And I cannot tell you if we can hire like a project coordinator or senior planner or assistant director that would be here there. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
It's not gonna be
Talk to
like
me a
that.
month from now.
And so I don't know what kind of help I need. It really depends on what kind of candidate we get. And there's no telling because the crystal ball is not working today.
Well, I guess my answer would be is we go out, we advertise, we either find the right person, we don't. If we don't find the right person, we go find a headhunter to find the right person.
Yeah, I
don't
would,
want to waste time, effort, and money. This is, one mistake is a $400,000 lawsuit we've learned. You know.
And I don't wanna take forever trying each little. Yeah.
yeah, I'd say go try to get what you want, but if you can't get what you want, don't just settle. Let's find you what you need. Versus like if you end up where it's just a body, then that's, no.
Yeah, if you just got a body that's not gonna help you get all these projects done to where you're adding them on your plate because everybody else isn't doing them,
Then we didn't
that's
help
not
you.
what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to take food off your plate, I guess I'd say.
I do appreciate it. You know, I just right now I don't know what I need because it's the priority, you know, for all those projects that I mentioned. And by the time we have the job description, everything settled, it might be a month or two later. Then maybe I got some of the workload out of the way. Then maybe I can then focus on other projects. And so I don't know if we can find this unicorn to come in and just help me to get all the stuff done. And a lot of those takes years. It's not because the person's qualification, just because the process will take that long.
Right.
We know the process is gonna take long, and we also know that we want somebody that's at least equivalent of a senior planner's abilities, you know, and skill set that can shepherd that process along so you can work, you know, not 70, 80 hours a week, you know, trying to do everything for everyone. You can say, this long range planning stuff, it's in your wheelhouse. Check in with me when you need.
I think we should, definitely at least try that option without settling.
That's Robert. I promise I wouldn't say anything, but I changed my mind. I've never, I've never broached the subject of a headhunter with the commissioner since I've been here. I know a lot of them. Since we haven't even got a job description yet, with your blessing, I may just check in with a bunch of these headhunters to see if this is a position, and maybe for Brenda's senior accountant, we haven't.
And I'm game with starting there.
You know, just to look and see, you know, I know for finance, there's a lot of headhunters, that's all they do. I can just check into it and see what they're charging nowadays and see if there's some that specialize in land use planning and have those discussions with them as we're developing the job description. And if it looks like that might be a more efficient route to go from the get-go as opposed to posting it, or, you know, at least have the information to consider on both sides.
I just think, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I think posting it, we're not gonna find it, and then we're a month, two down the road, and here we are again,
And maybe for Brenda's, we've posted it twice, we've went to associations, and I mean, we've really running out of options, so I may just check into that option as well and talk that over with Brenda and you, Mochi.
And it's like 10% of their annual salary or something.
Yeah, some of them are higher than that.
Yeah.
One-time fee. Yeah, but I can check and see what's.
But do they do positions for under $80,000 a year? I mean, if it's a one-time.
Some of them do.
Some of them do, okay.
But planning is a very niche.
Right.
Unique thing, and I don't know if there's any out there that would, you know.
If there's interest on their part.
Accounting, you know, private sector's looking for accounts all over the place. Public planning is pretty unique, but I'll check and see. So.
That's all I have.
Okay. She didn't get exactly what she wanted.
No, she doesn't.
That one. We're trying to give her more than she wants, I think. No, they're out the other door. We're probably talking on the steps. Yeah, I think we're trying to give her more than she wants.
Never knew trying to help could be so difficult.
Yeah. Okay, I think that gets us through our agenda.
Board pending.
Board pending.
Want to talk to you guys. Bridge committee.
Oh, yeah.
It's the only time, you're the one with all the knowledge on it on years, and this is the only time I can talk to you about it.
Okay.
So, we've been getting a bunch of updates on this P3, and you remember that, you went through it for a couple of
Yeah.
years. Marla and Betty and I on the Washington side haven't been really excited about the idea of the P3. I don't know where you sat on it.
I was very skeptical.
The mayors aren't super on board either with that.
No, they're skeptical as well.
Okay, I thought they were-
You're adding 10% cost, and we're already doing a lot of those things that you would usually gain from bringing in those private partners. The Oregon side does like the P3. And we had Curtis King on our call, and he gave us an update. He's hopefully getting us $5 million in this budget for phase 2, the engineering design section. Oregon's hopefully getting $5 million as well this year, so we'll have $10 million to work on getting the 30% engineering design on it. Man, I don't know how you couldn't get to 30% of the engineering for $10 million, but you never know.
With that, it doesn't buy what it used to.
I was gonna say, if it's anything like the I-5 bridge, that'd do it 3 times, so.
Well, that doesn't even start in on the environmental studies on the I-5 bridge. So I guess we're that next. So we listened to what he had to say. We had a conversation with Curtis about P3s and if he had, because he knows more about transportation.
Right, than all of us put together.
And in his statement is that the west side of the state is not in favor of P3s. And he said it pretty cleanly. And that was ex-speaker, I think Frank Chop, wasn't in favor of it. He thought that the public works projects need to be public works, not private works, that they're making all the tolls off of it, I guess. And that there's still that feeling over there. We've put a lot of time and effort into the P3, but he feels that there's a very good chance with the next big infrastructure package, the transportation package that's going to hopefully be coming in the next year or so from the state, that we could pull off $100 million ask on this. And then we're looking at this potentially $3 million or $3 trillion infrastructure package at the state. And he said we should be investing our time, effort, and money in trying to get 100+ million out of that. And so if we've got 100 from Washington and 100 from the other Washington, then we can bully Oregon into coughing up their piece. In which case, it said that that whole project becomes very viable without, really low tolls versus if you brought in a P3 partner. Now the state and the feds are going to be like, well, you got somebody else to put up money. You don't need our money.
Looking at.
That's always been my fear. So I wanted to get your guys' take on what direction we should go, because I know Oregon, the mayor of Hood Rivers really likes.
She's very P3.
Well,
She always has been.
Yeah, well, I think that's because under normal times when we're not doing these massive transportation/infrastructure projects, and they're handing out money like it's nothing. The bridge is a long way off. If you do a P3, it moves faster. I think that's why they're on board with it. But yeah, with money floating out of nowhere these days, I don't like P3.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I've always been skeptical of how the numbers would even work, or that the tolls, I know they said, oh, the tolls are only going to be, $2. It's like the math doesn't work out.
Like you have no control over it.
Exactly.
Right.
It would take $8 to $10.
They could make them 20. You have no say.
To have a, return on investment from a private equity firm that's going to go and invest, a couple $100 million in they would have some savings as, not being public, but not, so it's still, they're gonna spend about $200 million. What does it take, you know, based on the numbers? We know what the numbers are. They have really good data for how many people go over the bridge.
4 million cars a year.
Right.
You look at the numbers in the way I broke it out is, and they're not gonna be putting up 200, they might put up 50, but they're gonna get, you know, their ROI is based on the overall project.
Right,
And
so
they're
why
looking at-
should they be getting a return on the public's investment?
That was my question all the way through.
So I would say especially, I mean, my argument right now would be, this is a special time. There is gonna, I mean, there's more chance now than there's ever been that there's gonna be some big dollars put into infrastructure, and it's possible this could actually get funded. As far as, you know, as you said, the state and the feds, because they're looking for stuff to pour money into, and so.
And this is a pretty project for that.
No, it's far enough along. It's not shovel ready, but it's
getting close.
Getting close.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be way ahead of some other stuff. And so I say at this point, I would just hold the line and go the route that's been going, which is that, you know, bi-state authority, that's going to be a public bridge, you know, shared by the two states, and off we go.
So I guess, so our next big thing then is if that's the direction we're going as the members, it's gonna be pushing for the dollars out of the feds and the state. And I'm not the one with those connections compared to the man sitting in the middle of the room signing all
the whatever these are.
And so that's kind of the direction we're gonna have to be looking, is spending time going for these big dollars.
Yeah.
In the lobby. And I have some connections up there, but I haven't been playing the game for 15 years like you have.
Yeah, and I'll, you know, I will, I mean, I think
Don't trust that job to me.
Well, I think there'll be plenty of work for everybody. I mean, that is something that's really important. And I think that's one thing that we've done a good job in the region in this last attempt, is that we finally kind of got everybody on the same page, barring the Mayor Hood River and the Oregon side, where they, you know, kind of, they'll support whatever the group does. But, you know, in the past, I never really felt like the Port Hood River was actually interested in replacing the bridge until, why would they? It's generating revenue. But, you know, I think they are finally seeing, you know, eventually, you know, it's going to tip over to it's actually going to cost them.
Depreciation's going to go accelerate faster than their revenue.
Their revenue is, and so it's going to be a liability to them. And if they can get because part of the project is the removal of the old bridge, which that doesn't sound like that's a big deal. It's a lot of money, and it's their liability right now. They're stuck. It's like, you know, we talk about solar and wind, and you got an old bridge that's in a salmon bearing river that you have to, I mean, Mike, you have to pull all that stuff out, and you have to do it in a way that not one piece of paint falls in the water. That's going to cost a lot.
Well, I saw in 2028, they had on their big sheet, the repainting of it's going to cost $26 million.
Yeah. So
That's a lot of bridge tolls.
So that's kind of got them to the table. Yeah. So I think we can get there, but okay.
All right. Well, that was my update.
Okay.
You guys have any update from all your meetings?
Oh God, I've had a lot. Most of them finance, so we'll do that on Thursday.
You've got time.
What's that?
You've got time in the afternoon because it canceled.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, because I'm actually the one that pushed that, because I remember we had originally talked about, I don't think we want to do budget finance stuff more than a half a day at a whack, at least, because I
thought that was going to be.
Because it's like I get fuzzy as it is as far as on that stuff, where I just can't see us paying attention. Really, you're going to sit in this room for 8 solid hours while somebody's regurgitating.
See, to me, that works better for my mind than let's talk 3 hours every 2 weeks, but. I'm
Well,
gonna
it's
disagree.
for you guys, so I mean, if you think that's a better approach, you know, we can do that, but we're not doing it this Thursday, but for the next ones, no, seriously, if
No,
that's, because
for
again,
me,
most of it.
learning wise, I learn better that way,
Okay,
but that's just me. You guys are you.
no, I mean, I will be responsive to what the two of you want to do, because it's not like I'm not gonna learn some stuff, I will, but it's primarily.
Solitaire. You can do afternoon solitaire.
Well, as long as we don't eat lunch, I can keep my brain going.
That's
I eat lunch, dude,
yeah.
well, it
Yeah.
starts getting wishy.
No, I mean, if you're also a half dayer, then.
Oh, don't refer to it as a half day.
Well, if you don't.
If we're doing something.
We
other than
haven't
that-
done a half day. We've done a
I'm
full
not-
day today. It's
You guys
just
are
in a
reading too much into the
single.
way I say things, not what I mean. Didn't mean it as we're being lazy in any way, shape, or form.
Like I said, we can have that discussion on the future ones if we want to double them up. I could certainly do it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to adjourn.
Well said. Do I have a second, or do I need to
Following
step down?
further discussion. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay, got a motion and a second to adjourn until 9:30 Thursday for the scheduled workshop. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed, we're adjourned. Bye-bye, everybody.